Okay, so we are talking about cacao nursery establishment. Cacao nursery. Cacao nursery establishment. Okay, so where and how you can get it started. Okay, so I will just begin. All right. So I'm going to first share with you some of the accredited cacao nurseries, okay, that you may find in your area. Okay, so you check these ones out, and then after the training, before you begin, I want you to visit the nearest nursery in your area. Okay. All right. So in the Batangas, we have this DM Abelo Enterprise in Barangay Tumawai. You can check it out. And then also in Barangay Balas, there's also another certified nursery there. Also in Batangas, you can find another one in Barangay Balas, owned by Mr. Limio. Okay, and then in Central Mindoro, okay, you can visit JMD Plant Nursery. Okay, you can visit them to see what they are doing. Okay, and then in Bukaya, Bakuyon Pinan, in Zamboanga del Norte, okay, you can also find JMP Fruit Nursery. Okay, they also have cacao nursery. You can check them out. And then in Compostela, okay, you can check on Mr. Orlando. Okay, and then in Catalunan, Pequeno, okay, you can also check on Diode Plant Nursery. Then in Davao City, JC Majors Agri Ventures, in Barangay Bancas in Torreon. You can check them out if you are in Davao. You can also check Rene Fruit Nursery in Catalunan, in Davao City. Davao again in Mintal, you can check on Rena Fruit Nursery. And then in Kalinan, you can check on San Padre Pius Garden in Kalinan. Then also in Cotabato, those of you from Cotabato, you can check on Rias Agriculture Ventures. The address is there, so you can check on them. And then in Batangas, again, you can check Golden Fruit Nursery. Golden Fruit Nursery. And then in Batangas, again, Popoy Plant Nursery. You can check on them. Then in Quezon, okay, in Quezon, in Barangay Bungo, you can check on Liwaiwai, okay, Amat Trading, Agri Trading. You can check on their nursery as well. And then in Maria Talisai, also in Batangas, you can check on M. Yusuf Plant Nursery. The detail is there. Okay. And then in Batangas again, and this one too in San Pablo, Laguna. Okay, those of you from Laguna, you can check on this as well. And then in Batanga, there's another one here. I want you to check the detail. Okay, in Oriental Mindoro, you can visit Aurelio B. Escala Plant Nursery. Also in Mindoro, you can check on Carina's Garden. And then in Rojas, Mindoro, you can check on JMD. And then in Camarines, what is this? Camarines Sol. Okay, you can check on Villa Mines Plant Nursery. And then over here, Davao again, you can check on this. This is also in Davao, and we have Davao Oriental over here. Okay, so you can check on this nursery as well. We have another one in Kalinan, which you can visit them. And then we have Mintal again. You can check on them as well. And then we have another one over here in Davao del Sur. You can check on them as well. And then we have one also in Pagadian City. Okay, you can check on Ramona Farms. And then we have Zamboanga del Norte. You can check on Resmo Nursery. And then over here we have Bukit Non. Okay, you can check on this farm as well. Another Bukit Non here, you can check on them. Okay, then we have, okay, this is Bago Oshio Davao. Okay, this is also in Davao. So you can check on them as well. And then we have in Baguio again, in Baguio district, in Davao, in Baguio district. And this is also in Davao and Davao. And then Kenama, also in Tagum City, you can check on them. Then we have another Davao and Davao, and then Davao. We have North Cotabato, check on Paman Plant Nursery. And then Kidapawan, you can check on Green Palm Agroforest Nursery. We have another in Kidapawan. And then over here we have Agusan de Sol. You can check on Kenema Foods International. Then we have Aurora, Maria Aurora. You can check on Fabro's Cacao Farm. And then over here, okay, over here we have Batangas. You can check on Green Seeds Garden. And then Laguna again, you can check on this. Okay, then we have Quezon. We have Quezon here, just a minute. Some people need to be admitted. Okay, good. Laguna again, and then we have Batangas again. We have Camarines, so you can check on them. And then we have Bukidnon again and Compostela. Then we have Tagum, again you can check Kalinan. Then we have San Isidro in Davao Oriental. Then we have Tagum again, and then Panabo, and then Compostela Valley. Davao del Norte, this is in San Isidro again. And then we have in Marilog, Davao, and then we have another Davao here, and then Davao again, and Davao again. And over here we have Marigosan. You can check on this Marigosan as well. And then Kidapawan, Agusan del Sur, Magmindanao, and then we have Dumoy Torreal, about the soil again in Tagum. Okay, and the last one here we have Opian Agri-Pinoy Farm, which is in it's also in Mindanao. Okay, so these are the nurseries, okay, in the country. This is a whole country, a survey of certified cacao nurseries, okay? So I would say that after the training, before you begin, visit one of these nurseries, see their setups. Okay, you can visit 2 or 3 of them. Okay, look at the setup, whatever they are doing. Okay, so that the knowledge you are gaining together with what you are seeing will be a good combination to help you get started. Okay, so please do this. Okay, it's highly recommended. I want you to visit a nursery farm close to your place. That is why I have provided all the links. Okay, so do that, visit them, and then check out, okay, what they are doing. Okay, Angelo is asking, how about region 3? Angelo, they could be in region 3, but from the survey, I have not found any certified nursery in region 3. Okay, but there might possibly be some nurseries there. Okay. All right, so choosing cacao varieties, if you have questions, please use, I think we have Q&A, which you can use, or you can just write your question in the chat. And then after the presentation, I will check it. Okay. So the National Seed Industry Council has registered and certified only 9 varieties or clones of cacao in the Philippines. Okay, there are a couple of them, but only 9 have been certified. Okay, 9 have been certified. So if you want to begin a nursery, you have to think about these 9. Okay, we are going to go through them so that you get to know what they are all about. Okay, so the first variety is the BR25. Okay, these are some of the description, BR25. So it's reddish, okay, reddish pod, okay, and then this is the color, as you can see here. That's how it looks like, okay. And then the most important thing to take note over here, the first flowering starts between at 16 months, which means a little over 12. A little over 12 months, a little over 16 months, it will begin to flower. Okay, little over 16 months, it will begin to flower. Approximately about a year and a half, you will begin to see flower. Okay, and fruiting will begin around 17 or 18 months. So it's really a good early yielding variety. Okay, the pod index is around 23.1. Okay, pods per kilogram of beans. Okay, and the pod length is around 17.02 centimeters, and then the width. So these are the description of the BR25. Okay, it's actually good to be used. Okay, when you use it as a rootstock, usually for grafting or for budding, it's really good. And the next one is the K1, which the photo is here. That's how the pod looks like. It's a little slender. Okay. And then for the K1, we will see over here that it begins to flowers begin around 23 months, which is like almost 2 years, then flowers will begin. A little over 2 years, the pot will begin to fall. Okay, and these are the description, okay, of the K1. Okay, usually it's really advisable you use, if you are going to graft them, okay, use the early yielding variety, which are high disease resistant, okay, as the scion, okay, or as the bud, and then you use the late yielding varieties, okay, with good rooting system as your root stock. So this is the K1. Okay, so let's continue. Now we are looking at K2. Okay, for K2, flowers will begin to form around 21 months. And then about 3 months later, you begin to have pods. Okay, and then you should also consider the yield. Okay, you have to also consider the yield, and then the disease resistance. Okay, disease resistance. And then we have UIT1. Okay, this is how it looks like. Okay, I think this is a crossbreed of Criollo, okay, and some other varieties, because that's how most Criollos look like. So here we see that flowers begin to form at the age of 16 months, approximately 17 months. Okay, and then after that, pod formation will begin. Okay, and it's moderately disease resistant. Okay, and the next one here is the ICS 40, okay, which is also slender in shape. Okay, so with this one too, flowering begins around 17 months. So you get to know that, look, if you grow cocoa, in 1 to 2 years, you begin to harvest, especially with the certified varieties from the Cocoa Commission in the Philippines. Okay, so these are the descriptions, okay, of this particular variety. The other varieties include the UF18. The UF18 is very, very popular among many farmers because it has got very, very big pods. Okay, this is the UF18 with the reddish pod. Okay, the pods are big, and then the seeds or the beans are also very big. Okay, and this is the S5. Okay, the other varieties I did not get a description is the K4, K9. Okay, so the most common used, okay, is the UF18, VR25. Those are the most commonly used, and then UIT as well. Okay, so you could consider any of these if you are starting your nursery. You could consider any of these. Okay, so now let's begin with the actual content. So this is the description of a nursery, a place that you put the plants, cacao seedlings, under control conditions. Okay, and then they grow until they are ready to be transplanted. So in the nursery, conditions are controlled. Watering, shade, humidity, it's all controlled. Okay, not so much of humidity, but sunlight and water, okay, is controlled, especially if you are using a canopy which has what do you call it, which has plastic covering. But usually for most nursery, the shading is not waterproof. Okay, so rain could come in. However, in days when there are no rain, the farmer needs to water. Okay, that's why I'm saying watering is controlled in some way. Okay, and sunlight is reduced as much as possible. Okay, so to select a site, okay, for your nursery, these are some of the things you need to take into consideration. Okay, so proper site selection is a key influence for profitable and sustainable nursery. So minimum area for plant production should be 600 square meters, okay, which is like 30 by 20, and this can accommodate around 24,000 plants. Okay, so a good bag density and lining of bag is about 40 plants per square meter. So in every square meter, you can have around 40 bags. Okay, and then you will need additional area of about 5% for your potting mix preparation, backfilling, grafting operations, and other things. So you need to make all these calculations, okay? Determine, depending on how many seedlings you want to raise. So if you want to raise, let's call it 24,000 seedlings, okay, then you are going to need 600 square meters, okay? So you see that you can really have a lot of seedlings in a limited area, okay? All right, so let's continue. Some of the things you have to take into consideration. The site must be easily accessed by road and services of telecommunication, labor, and security. Okay, so if you are building a nursery, make sure that it is not very far from a road. So accessibility is important. Uh, Talking about accessibility to transport, to labor, to communication, and so on and so forth. And then number two, site should be well drained, okay, and not prone to flooding and protected from the wind, okay? So you don't use waterlogging areas to raise cacao nursery. It's not advisable. Okay, so the area you choose should be well drained. And then entry and exit points should be easily identified and controlled. And the site must have a good supply of fresh water, not salty water at any time. Because cacao is not able to tolerate salt at all. Okay, the little salt, the leaf will begin to burn. Okay, so that's one thing you need to know. Okay, nursery must be reasonable, uh, close to growing areas. Okay, so uh, in your area, think about which particular location grow a lot of cacao. Okay, so you could consider building your nursery close to that place. Okay, the nursery should be fenced off in case you have goats. Okay, you have goats or other predators or pests that could eat your cacao. It may you need to provide some fencing. Okay, the nursery should be 100 meters or more from existing cacao trees. So don't construct the nursery uh, around 100 meters from the farm. I've seen some people, their nursery is inside the farm. The problem with that is that if there's any disease in the trees, it will be transferred to the seedlings easily. Okay, so usually it's advisable that your nursery farm be constructed about 100 meters away from the farm, the cacao farm. Okay, then number 8, nursery should be oriented to the east, in east to west direction, depending on the topography. Okay, for proper sunlight, that is the orientation. Okay, and then the next one is location should be oriented. No, number 9. Locations that have high water table or potential for water logging should be avoided. Okay, I made mention this a while ago. So make sure that where you are doing your farm or you're having your nursery should not, make sure it's not Number 11 should not be close to the ocean. Okay, the site should not be close to the ocean. Okay, and then site should provide ease to vehicular movement and allow for potential expansion. So let's assume that your farm is really big. That will mean that you have to design it in such a way that vehicles will be able to, the tractor will get the seedlings in and out, okay, will have easy access to the place. Okay, now let's look at construction and design. Construction and design. So the basic function of the nursery is to provide an environment that is conducive, okay, for the seedlings to develop heavily, okay. So usually the nursery should provide about 70% shade and 30% sunlight, okay, because young cacao seedling cannot stand sun at all. That is one thing you really need to know. So your shading should be 70%. Okay, all right. And then water and nutrient frequently and in response to growth of the plants. And the protection from disease, pest, and weeds. Okay, so proper water supply, proper shade, and then fight against disease and pest is very important. All right, now let's look at the image layout here. Okay. All right, so this area, the whole area here is your nursery. Okay, so you have the growing area here. Okay, growing out area, you have growing out area there. There you have propagation area. Then you have the humid chamber. Now disposing area there. Soil media preparation and storage area. You have office and sales area, delivery area, and then employee facility, and then service area. There's a parking area here, and you have your entrance. Okay, so it could look like this, okay, or anything similar to this. So it might not necessarily be very same as this, but I mean your nursery should have something, some components which include this. Okay, so growing area is very important. Propagation area are very important, and then the humid chamber. Okay, we'll discuss all this in detail. So we have type of designs here. Okay, so you can use designs like this. So we have the igloo style or the PVC style. And then we have the greenhouse design, and then a simple structure. And then we have the wooden structure and the wooden frame. Now let's look at design consideration. Design consideration. At least 40% ventilating area, if possible with a height of 10 feet. And then controllable air movement and exchange capacity, and then appropriate covering with 70% artificial shading. Okay, so ventilation is very important. Okay, that is why if the side walls can either be open or you can just cover it with a net. okay, so that you have enough air movement. Because if there's not enough movement, air movement, it could lead to accumulation of diseases, okay, and rapid spread of diseases. Okay, so you are going to need that. Number 5, adjustable size and ventilation areas, and the orientation of unit in conjunction with wind movement. Okay, so you have to study your area. Which direction does the wind move most of the time? Is it north, south, or is it east, west? Okay, but you have to make it such that uh, the 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 length will be in the direction of the air movement, so that you can have more air moving through the nursery. And then arrange in east-west to with east-west direction. Okay, then you have to maintain temperatures around 25 to 28 degrees Celsius and relative humidity around 75 to 80 degrees Celsius. This is very important for proper seedling growth. For proper seedling growth. Okay, so this is inside a completed structure. Inside a completed structure. Okay, so this is the canopy which has been done and then ready for seedlings to be admitted here. Okay, but what we see here is there is no proper drainage provided in this particular image. Okay, so you have to create drainage to drain excess water, okay, from the lot. In case you water and you overwater, there should be some drainage to drain the excess water away from the farm, from the nursery. So like you see it on the layout, okay, so the nursery box, everything is fitted nicely, as you can see there. So there should be a really proper order on the farm or the nursery so that movement becomes easy. Okay, movement becomes easy. Now these are some nursery material we can use. Okay, these are some nursery materials. So we have the type, the lifespan, and the remarks. So we have bamboo. Okay, bamboo has got short lifespan. PVC has medium. Concrete has long term, up to 5 years. And this is most suitable or most recommended. And then we have long post, okay, which are treated. It's also medium size, medium term, which up to 5 years. And then steel, okay, long term, 3 to 10 years. Okay, so depending on the vision that you have for your farm, you can decide on any of these materials. Number 1, the vision you have. Number 2, the capital you have at hand. Okay, if your capital is small, I suggest that you use wood or bamboo. Okay, and then as the business grows, you can consider using concrete or using steel, okay, which are long term. Okay, so you can begin in this way. Now let's look at site preparation. What you need to do. Okay, number 1, you need to clear and level the area, and then install effective drainage system. After that, you need to lay out, okay, lay out and check for area and specification. Okay, and then line out the beds, okay, potting and grafting tent. After that, you need to mark out position and install the nursery poles, and then provide 2 meters access path from center through center for easy access and operation. Okay, and then you will need to build, a building should be designed, okay, to suit type and suit operation. Okay, so that's one thing you need to know. And then mark out the four corners, the entrance, fence line, water supply, inlet, and then construct the nursery framework. After that, install shade material inside. So inside to side of the roof. And then you use movable wire, frame or similar, anything similar. Then number 9, you need to construct a grafting tent, okay, or plastic covers, and then make grafting and budding tables. Okay, then the benches for staff doing budding and grafting, and then make the construction area. Okay, so this is a series of activities that you will need to do. Okay, you will need to do all these to make the area ready for the seedlings. Okay, now let's look at water supply. Water supply should be readily available and of sufficient quantity. Okay, and the pH should be 5.5 to 6.5. For those of you who have no idea about pH, pH is simply a measure of how much acid or alkaline there is in the soil. Okay, and there's a way to test this. We'll look at it later. A good quality is necessary to produce quality and healthy seedlings. The simplest indicator of good water quality is the electrical conductivity. Okay, when we say electrical conductivity, we are talking about how much ions there is in the water. Okay, and that is measured in, I think, micro millimeters or something like that. Okay, so there is a tool or an instrument for checking the electrical conductivity. It is called the EC meter. Okay, EC meter. Actually, I have 2 of them here. I use it to check some water from time to time. Okay, and then this is how to estimate the water needs. Okay, we have number of plants times volume of each bag times 0.05, which is equal to water per day maximum required. Okay, so the number of bags times the volume of each bag multiplied by 0.05. So that will help you to know the number of the quantity or amount of water that the seedlings are going to need per day. So you can do that simple calculation. Sometimes we end up wasting water because we don't calculate how much water we need to provide. Okay, so for example, for 25,000 bags, okay, with 1.8 liter volume and 0.05 water twice per day, with 5% volume, water is about 2,250 liters of water per day. So this is an estimation. Okay, assuming you have 25,000 bags, it means you are going to need 2,500, 2,250 liters of water for your nursery. Okay, now let's talk about irrigation. So the design of the storage pond should be equivalent to 4 months of water supply, okay, based on an average daily water requirement of 1 liter per plant, okay, per day. So if we are estimating that every plant is going to need 1 liter of water per day, okay, it means that your water tank should be big enough to accommodate water, which is good enough for the plant to use for a period of 4 months. Okay, so you need to have a big water tank, okay, for the nursery project. So conductivity meter reading should be less than 700 microsiemens, okay, per centimeter. Okay, so that is the reading for the EC. Okay. All right. If water has greater level of conductivity, okay, salt still accumulate on plant leaves and potent mix, leading to the death of plants. So if the EC of the plant, the water is very high, every time you water, there will be mineral salt settling on the leaves, and then that could cause corrosion of the leaves, and then the plant will end up dying. Okay, now let's talk about the nursery drainage. Okay, so drainage network consists of surface trenches that remove flood water and should be designed during the nursery construction. Okay, so to improve the drainage, you need to raise the beds during, you need to raise the nursery bed using layers of crushed stones or steel rock, okay, to hold pots. And then drains should be strategically constructed at least 1 meter from the building, okay, from the building foundation, in order to collect and remove water from entering the structure. So what we are saying here is that you need to have drainage like this one in the image. You need to have drainage, okay, in the nursery to drain the excess water, okay, and then you also need to provide raised bed if necessary, okay, so that the place where the seedlings are put will not hold water, okay, but excess water will be drained all away. Now let's look at a good drainage network. Okay, assess nutrient absorption. Okay, if your drainage is good, nutrient absorption is improved. Okay, promote effective water movement, prevent erosion or removal of topsoil, and then facilitate the desired water movement, and then drain water away from the site. So if you have good drainage, these are some of the advantages that you can expect to have. Okay, and then prevent erosion or removal of topsoil. Okay, I think it's a repetition. Okay, number 8, reduce incidence of soil-borne disease or waterborne disease and pests as well. Okay, so these are some of the realities about having a good drainage system. Okay, let's move on. Okay, now let's talk about the equipment, tools that you can use in the nursery. Okay, the equipment, tools that you can use in the nursery. Okay, so we have this disposable scalpel, and then we have biodegradable plastic tapes, alcohol grafting knife, secateurs, a knapsack sprayer, pesticide, fertilizer, irrigation system, polybags, labels, plastic, measuring tape, respirator, coverall, and goggles. Then we have hard hats, then gloves, plastic boots, stationaries, pruning gears, plant media, shovel. Then we have wheelbarrow, commercial soil sterilizer, first aid kit, cement mixture. Okay, these are some of them. Now here we have how these can be used. Okay, we have anemometer here. Okay, it measures the direction, speed and direction of the wind. Okay, and then the other functions are here. Now we have light measure the amount of light entering the crop. Okay, and then that is it. And over here we see how it's measured in logs and foot candle. Okay, so that is that. And then we have tensiometer, provide direct measure of the soil water tension. Let me say that if you are just a beginner, maybe you might not need some of these complicated or sophisticated instruments. So just you are going to just start in a simple way. Okay, thermometer. But for thermometer, you are going to need. Okay, so record the temperature of the plant. Okay, you need that to record the temperature of the nursery. Now we have the pH meter, okay, which is used to measure the acidity or alkalinity of the soil. So you can buy the pH meter or you can use the litmus paper. That's super easy to use actually, and that will help you to check the pH of your soil. Okay, this is because there is a particular range of pH that enhance or facilitate absorption of nutrients. If the pH is not within 5.5 to 6.5, nutrient absorption is inhibited. Okay, you might put fertilizer in your soil, but you still realize that look, the plants are not growing. It simply means that the pH of the soil is not okay. Okay, it's either alkaline or acidic. So if there is alkalinity, then nutrient will not be absorbed. If there is a very high acidity too, then absorption will also be affected. Okay, so please you take note of this. All right, and then the pH of the soil should be monitored, okay, once or twice in a day. Then we have hygrometer, okay, which is used to measure the amount of moisture that is found or measure the relative humidity, okay, of the environment. Okay, that is called hygrometer. Now we have tools, equipment and materials for nursery operations. So these are some of the tools that you are going to need in order to get started. Okay, so you can buy them. These are some more tools over here. Okay, some more tools you can use. Okay. Now let's talk about planting the soil. Okay, so selection of planting soil should be largely dependent on operation, location, and availability. Okay, there are two categories. You can use on-farm mix or you can use artificial soil. Okay, whichever you choose is up to you. However, to save money, it's good you use your own farm soil, and then you just mix some manure or whatever you want to put in into it. Okay, and then when that is done, let's look at this. There are two subcategories. Okay, like I said, the on-farm mix and the artificial soil. When we say artificial soil, we are talking about perlite, vermiculite, peat, and so on and so forth. Okay, so soil can be a source of pest and disease. That is why usually some will choose to use artificial soil. Okay, however, soil is the most and easiest uh, planting medium you can use. Okay, so topsoil is of good physical properties. Example, when it's a loamy soil, okay, could be very good, okay, for potting. And then manure should be well decomposed and tested for germ, especially for E. coli. So in case you want to mix poultry droppings or poultry dung or whatever, it should be well dried, okay? Well dried, so that you don't end up transporting some slugs into your nursery, because slugs can destroy the roots. Okay, they can destroy the roots of the cacao. Okay, so this is the recommended formula for preparing a farm mix. Okay, so 2 parts of soil are preferably sandy loam. Okay, then we have 1 part of organic matter and then 1 part of sand. Okay, then 5 grams of NPK fertilizer. Okay, which is NP. So we see phosphorus is high because phosphorus is needed for good root development. Okay, so enough sawdust or rice husk to cover the pot mix, okay, in bags for each seedling to about 2 centimeters. So these are some of the media that you can use, okay, for your nursery. Now let's talk about planting soil. So artificial potting mix components suitable for cacao seedlings include, okay, 20% peat, 20% rice husk, okay, then 20% carbonized rice husk, and then 20% soil, 10% sand, and 10% manure. Okay, to balance the acidity, you add 2 kilograms of limestone or dolomite, okay, per cubic meter of mixture. Okay, so you can get all these things. If you want to buy them, you can buy them, okay, from agro shop. Okay, however, let me say that if you're on a tight budget, if you're on a very tight budget, okay, then you can go by the first method that we gave. So over here, I made mention, okay, of this one here. So you have 2 parts soil, 1 part organic matter, 1 part sand. And then you add your fertilizer. That is cheaper than the second option here. Okay, so all potent mixes should be fertilized before you to get rid of, should be sterilized before you use to get rid of bacteria and fungi, okay, that can infect the roots of the plant. Okay, the easiest and cheapest way, okay, to sterilize the potent mix is to cover them with some plastic and leave them in the sun to dry for a day or 2. Okay, so you will leave your potent mix in the sun for a day or 2, and the heat of the sun is going to kill the bacteria or whatever fungi that is in there. Okay, so that is one thing you need to You need to understand. So over here we have soil sterilization process. Spread soil mix on a plastic bag, 7 to 10 centimeters. Okay, and then lightly wet soil mix and cover and seal the plastic for 1 to 2 days. Okay, heat soil around 56 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Okay, so if you are using artificial heat, that's what you do. But this is usually not common. So using the sun for 1 to 2 days is better or is the most feasible. Now let's talk about selection of potting bags. Selection of potting bags. So size and design of the bag, okay, is critical to the health of the plant. Okay, so the bag should be durable and they should be able to withstand time. Okay, there are a few considerations that are associated when you talk about the bags. Okay, if the bag is not good, the problem is there will be poor root development, bent tap root, twisted tap root, deformed root system, retarded growth in small bags due to lack of moisture or nutrients. Okay, these are the dimensions. So all polythene plastic bags with thickness of 25 to 50 gauges and size is recommended to facilitate good root development and production of healthier seedlings. So these are the dimensions that you can check it out. Okay, so we have grafted, we have seedlings, and we have the grafted plant. Okay, so these are the recommendations. Okay, and this brings us to the end of the first presentation. Okay, so let's take questions. Let's take questions, and then we will continue with the next presentation. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again so that you can see the questions here. Okay, so the rooster noise is over already. Please, I'm not sure who has the rooster, but you need to make sure that those roosters are removed because it's very disturbing. Okay, and then yes, Angelo, I made mention earlier that my research I did not find out. Check the list I have presented. I'm not sure which one is in region 3, but I'm sure there should be, there might be, okay, there might be a cacao nursery, either certified or not certified in region 3. For sure, there should be. Okay, so check the towns. I'm not sure which towns are in region 3. So check the towns and then you will know which one is in your area. Okay, I will later email the actual list of accredited nursery by region. Okay, I will email it by region. Okay, so that you can just go to your region and see which nursery is closer to you. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Lars. Yeah, they should be in region A. There should be accredited nursery as well. Okay, so you check the list that I will send, and then you will find out. Okay, Ariel is asking, can you expound on the orientation of east to west direction, please? How far from the ocean should the nursery be? Okay. First on the orientation, okay, you want to ensure proper sun, okay, proper sunlight, okay, on the farm. Okay, so where the sun comes from, and then from east to west, like that. Okay, so the sun will rise on the farm and then settle on the farm. So you are going to have enough light on the farm. So what you are going to do with the orientation east to west, okay? So we have the length, okay, and then the breadth, okay? So the short side, the short side of the nursery, okay, will be in the direction of north south, okay, north south, and then the length will be to the east west, okay, the length will be to the east west, and then the breadth will be to the southwest, like that, okay, with the orientation, okay. And then how far from the sea? I will want to say that you have to make sure that the soil is not salty. Okay, the soil is not salty. Maybe you are not very far from the sea, or you are far from the sea, but you have to check the soil. Is it a salty soil or not? Okay, because if it's a salty soil, the seedlings will never do well, from my experience. Okay, the seedlings will not do well if the soil is salty. Okay, so you really need to check it out, check the soil out, okay, for the presence of salt. Okay, you can use the EC meter to check it out. Later on, I will also show you some simplest way you can, in case you don't have EC meter, how you can check the presence of salt in the soil. Okay, so the EC meter, I think you can buy around 500 pesos only from Lazada. Okay, usually pH meter, there are some shop they sell the pH meter and the EC meter together. And I think the package you can buy for like 600, 700 pesos. And then you use it for more than 10 years. Okay, so as much as you take good care of it, it's going to be good. Okay, and then Adrian is asking, sir, what are the requirements to be accredited, to be an accredited nursery? I plan to start and sell seedlings in the future. Okay, Adrian will cover that one in the afternoon. Okay, the accreditation of nursery, will cover it later. Okay, so in the afternoon, I'm gonna discuss that in detail. I will discuss that in detail. So please hold on a little with your question, and then we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. Okay, the next question here is, what kind of variety is best? Is best to start a nursery cacao farming. The best varieties, okay, is the UF18, BR25. That's the most used. Okay, and then some people use, I think, W10 too. Okay, so if you have the combination of these three, that could be good. Okay, so the accredited varieties, there are 9 of them. Okay, there are 9 of them. But I will recommend that you check out the 9 that I have given. Some of them, they'll begin to flower in a year and a half. Some of them, they will have it, they will flower in 2 years. Okay, so you need to consider those qualities. Okay, before you settle on which variety you're going to use. Okay, so usually if you are going to graft them, okay, then you can consider grafting BR25 together with the UF18, which is good. Okay, so the UF18 is going to give you very big pods with very big seeds. And then the BR25 is going to give you a good disease resistance. Okay, but let me say that any of the 9 can be used because they have been accredited by the Bureau of Agriculture and Bureau of Plants. Okay, another one, is there standard distance of how many meters from the sea to have an ideal location? Okay, as of now, I did not come across a particular distance. Okay, I did not come across a particular distance. But the best thing you have to make sure is the soil is not salty. Okay, the reason why it should be far from the sea is because of the salty nature of the seawater. Okay, so if your soil is not salty, then you can use it. Okay, so you can check the amount of salt in the water just by using the pH. Now, by using the EC meter, okay, which is easy to use. Okay, to check the salt concentration. Okay, usually the salt concentration should not be more than 1,000, I think 1,600. Maximum is like 2,000. Okay, 2,000 micro Siemens. So if it's more than 2,000, the plants are going to die for sure. They are going to die because instead of diffusion, there's going to be osmosis. Okay, the plant cells are going to be drained because the environment has stronger concentration than the internal nutrient concentration in the plants. Okay, so as of now, I have not come across an actual distance. Okay, but just make sure that the seawater has not drained into your soil by doing an EC test. Okay, that's the simplest way you can do. In the afternoon, I will pick up my EC meter and I will show you. Actually, in the presentation, there is an EC meter, so you can see it. Maybe I'll pick up mine as well, and then I will show it to you how it looks like. Okay, any more questions, please? Any more questions before we continue with the next presentation? Okay, so if there are no questions, then we are going to continue with the next presentation. So I'm gonna open my PowerPoint and then I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. So now we are going to continue with propagation. We are going to continue with propagation. Okay. This is very, very important. Yeah, because propagation is the way we multiply our seedlings, or is the way we create new planting materials. Okay, so this is my new slide. So let's talk about propagation. Okay, let's talk about propagation. Okay. Okay, so when we say propagation, we are talking about reproduction of plants. I know everyone here knows this. Okay, we are talking about reproduction of plants, okay, by producing new plants, either vegetatively or uh, by seeds. So different propagation methods for cacao. So we have the by seeds and then by vegetative, like I said. Okay, so it begins with seed selection. We need to select seed, okay? This is very crucial because the quality of seeds you select has some kind of influence on the kind and quality of seedlings you are going to raise. So collect seeds only from ripe and healthy pods, and preferably are controlled from well-damaged cacao farm. Okay, preferably collected from well-managed cacao farms. Okay, so wherever you're going to get your seeds from, make sure that it is a farm which is well-managed, the pods are healthy, there are no disease on them, and so on and so forth. Okay, so select seeds that are uniform in size. Okay, they should be uniform in size. Okay, and then discard seeds that float during when you put them in water. Okay, so discard seeds that float. Okay, during a flotation, and then swollen seeds, poorly developed seeds, you need to throw them away too. So when you scoop out the beans from the pod, you have to examine them. No, select seeds with uniform size. Okay, because uniform size is going to produce uniform germination. And uniform germination provides uniform growth. Okay, and uniform growth ensures healthy seedlings. Okay, and then select big seeds since the possibility of high, saying there's a possibility that they would produce vigorous and fast-growing seedlings. Okay, so always select the big seedlings, big seeds when you want to nurse cacao. So don't just go for anything that you get from the pot. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay, so take note of this. So seeds that are not, that should not be used for propagation. Okay, damaged and if defective seeds should not be used. Okay, like the one you see here. Okay, don't get seeds from a pot like this. Okay, don't get seed from a pot like this. Okay, number two, disease seeds. Don't use diseased seeds or seeds that are infected. No, don't use them. Okay, seeds from black pod, infected pods should not be used. Flat and very small seeds should not be used. seeds from deformed, disease, damaged grain, or overripe pods. Okay, don't use seeds from overripe pods as well. Okay, and then don't use seeds from big pods. And then seeds from poor quality trees. Okay, don't pick your pods from trees that don't produce a lot of pods every year. So you have to go through the farm, select your seed from the trees that are high yielding. Okay, and then seeds older than 4 days outside the pod. So what that means is that after you break the pod, okay, you need to use the seeds immediately. So seeds stored in heat or very dry conditions should not be used as well. Next one, seeds with long or more bent radicle should not be used as well. Okay, should not be used. Now let's talk about seed preparation. Okay, so the main step in seed preparations include, okay, select pods that are ripe and healthy. Okay, ripe and healthy. Open the pods using a wooden mallet. Okay, do not use knife, as you may cut the seed. So if you want to break the pod, you hit it with a stick or something like that. And then remove seeds from pods and separate them, separate the seed from the placenta. Okay, then you need to discard the unsuitable seeds. So when that is done, now you have to remove the pod. Okay, remove the pod outside of the seeds by rubbing the seeds in sawdust or fine bag or coconut fiber. Okay, I have seen a situation whereby there are some farmers, when they break the pod, they don't remove the pod. Okay, there was one time like that. I ordered seeds from Tagum area, and then I was expecting them that they will bring the seeds in the pod, but they broke it. After breaking, they did not remove the pod. And then when the seeds were brought to me, it were already germinating. Okay, and of a truth, the seed didn't do well. It did not do well. I was expecting around 1,600 seedlings, but I ended up getting only 250 because of the initial poor treatment of the seeds. So number 6, wash the seeds in water and drain it. Then soak the seed in a fungicide solution for about 1 minute, okay, to reduce the incidence of fungi destruction. Okay, now drain the seeds and place onto a tray or a sack, okay, in a shaded and cool area, protected from wind and rain. Okay, to drain out for about 10 minutes. Okay, now proceed germination. So now the prep germination is done to reduce the germination time. Okay, allow for quality control and time management during the selection process. So these are the steps. Number 1, place the seed in a single layer on clean jute bags or moist burlap, okay, out of the wind, sun, and rain, and then cover with moist burlap or jute bag for 3 days, okay, until the root starts to emerge. So you need to record the day of this as well. So within 4 days, remove germinated seed instantly, okay, and then showing the white button on the end of the seed. Okay, so in 4 days, you will need to get the seed. So it's going to look like this. Okay, at this moment, you are going to also sort out the seeds again. So before you plant, you have to do some sorting out. For example, as you can see in this image here, you see the radical looks like the pigtail. It's not straight. You see this one is not straight. So these are seeds that need to be rejected because they will not grow well. Okay, the root is going to be deformed when it grows. Okay, like this, good. You can use them. These are acceptable seeds. Okay, this is not acceptable. Okay, and this is how to plant it. Okay, in planting, you don't submerge the whole thing in the pot. If you submerge the whole seed in a not pot in the in the in the pot, not pot, in the pot. Okay, so you don't submerge the whole seed, but you need to leave some part of the seed showing because the radical is the pointed. This is the root actually. So this is going to go down, okay, and this side is going to come up, okay. So don't bury the whole thing here. Don't bury the whole thing. You need to leave about half showing, like you see over here, okay, in this potting mix, okay. So bags with potting mixture should have been previously prepared already, okay. So what it means is that at this stage, okay, your bed should be ready. I mean, all these things should be ready before you get the seeds and begin to germinate them. It means the beds are ready. Okay. Okay. So over here, uh, make a small hole about 1 centimeter deep. Okay, in the center of the soil mix, okay, in the plastic bag. Okay, then place the pre-germinated seed, okay, with a root tip pointing down into the potting mix in the bag. And then allow about half of the seed poking out of the potting mix after planting. Okay, so you have to allow half of the seed showing up, okay, after planting. Okay, then cover with sawdust or rice husk. Okay, use a fine spray of water. Okay, use a fine spray to water the potting mix twice a day. Okay, early in the morning and then before 3 p.m. Okay, this is also dependent on the moisture of the soil. Okay, if there is high humidity, maybe watering once a day will be enough. But if there's low humidity, whereby the soil dries out quickly, then watering twice will be needed. Okay, because the heat of the sun is going to let the soil dry out so quickly. The soil is going to dry out quickly. Okay, so this is an example of a healthy, properly prepared seedling. Okay, emerging from a good potting mix. It's about 10 to 14 days after planting. Okay, so you can see that it's really looking good. I mean, it's really looking good over here. Okay. So here we have good uniform seedling germinated and emergence, okay, resulting from good potting mixture and correct pre-germination practice. So you see, it really looks beautiful, right? Okay, so everything is, I mean, germinating well. Yeah, almost everything here looks healthy. Okay. Now there's something called culling of seedlings. Okay, culling of seedlings. So there is an average of rejection rate, okay, of about 20% due to disease, poor quality. So you need to start removing rejected seedlings, okay, in about 2 weeks after planting, okay. And you have to do this regularly. So make sure that the current plants are absolutely rejected, okay, and not suffering from lack of water, nutrient, and sunlight. So when we say culling, we are saying that the seedling that did not germinate well, you have to remove them completely, okay, from the nursery, okay. So you are going to have something like this. So the following are the conditions of the seedling which should be culled, okay. So bent and twisted root and stem should be removed. It should be removed, okay. Retarded growth and unhealthy plants. Plant with white or very pale yellow leaves, okay, genetic mutant. Plant with weak root system, dumping off of seedling dieback. So anything like this in the nursery need to be removed, okay? It has to be removed. This is a routine disorder, okay? So this is an example of a defective seedling that need to be removed. So if you have a seedling growing like this is unhealthy, it's defective. You need to remove it. Anything like this also need to be removed as well. Okay, it has to be removed. Okay, so just take note of that. Next one, the end of okay, the end result of poor propagation or low survival rate of emerged seedlings, that is low success rate. So if you would check these seedlings here, now you will realize that there are a lot of empty bags that did not germinate. Okay, and several things could account for this. It could be number one, the seeds were buried too deep into the soil. Also, you see that this was not covered. The surface of the soil was not covered with soil dust, sawdust, or with rice bran or rice husk. Okay, so uh, like that. It could also be that some of the seeds that need to be thrown away were still planted. Okay, so if you do not properly select seeds, this is going to be the outcome of your nursery. Okay, you're going to have very poor germination. Okay, I have experienced this before. That's why I'm saying, okay. Last year, out of 1,000 seeds, only about 200 survived, that did well. And because the one who was transporting the seeds to me, I did not treat the seeds well. And then he also delayed, okay? He did not wash the seeds and did not remove the pulp. Uh, I mean, everything together. Okay, so that is the problem, the possible problem that can occur. Okay. All right. After grafting and budding, we also need to do further cutting. Okay. So you don't only do cutting after 14 days, but you also do it after budding or grafting. So bent and twisted roots and stem color need to be cut. Okay, and then slow growing or unhealthy plants, which are probably diseased, should be removed. Plants with a white or very pale leaves should also be removed. Okay, because sometimes there could be signs of genetic mutant or grafting disease. Weak and slipped grafts should also be removed. Okay, now let's talk about vegetative propagation. Vegetative propagation. Okay, so when we talk about vegetative propagation, we are talking about techniques that are used to clone. Okay, techniques used to clone a plant. Okay, or growing a plant or reproducing a plant with any other part of the plant aside from the seed. Okay, that is called vegetative propagation. And that is done through clones. Okay? So a clone is identical to the parent, to the plant from which it was derived from, or from the parent plant. Okay, so clones are identified as having desirable traits such as disease resistance, good good yield potential, high butter fat content, or being of superior flavor, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's look at the best method for cacao clone production. So we have side grafting, okay, side grafting, which is modified epicotyl grafting. And then we have cleft on top of basal grafting. Then we have terminal hypocotyl grafting, which is also called micro grafting. It is done usually 2 to 3 weeks old root stock. And then we have patch grafting. So we are going to look at some of these and then discuss them in detail. So two parts used for grafting and budding. We have the rootstock and then we have the scion. Okay, rootstock and scion. Usually, if it is grafting, it's rootstock and scion. But if it is budding, it is rootstock and a bud. Okay, rootstock and a bud. Okay, so now let's talk about the rootstock. So it provides the rooting system of the tree and is part that receives the grafted scion. Okay, so the rootstock contains the roots. It contains the root. So seedling rootstock varieties are generally chosen for their availability, the olive vigor, resistant to soil-borne disease. Okay, all of which make more efficient propagation and long-term health of the trees. Okay, so that is how the rootstock should be. It should be available. I should have good seedling vigor and then resistant to diseases, especially soil-borne diseases. Okay, then number 2 we have the scion. Scion. Okay, scion will form the canopy. Okay, and then it's going to bear the fruit of the grafted tree. So scion species of the desired variety will be harvested from stock of plants or trees in the field. And then when selecting the cacao scion, it is important to be aware of the cacao's two distinct types of growth, which is the plagiotrophic and then autotrophic. Tropic and autotrophic. Okay, so the choice of plagiotropic and autotrophic materials will determine the architecture, okay, of the resulting plant, according to Gomez 2015. Okay, so let's discuss this a little more detail. So this material makes up the vast majority of growth, okay, on most cacao trees, okay. So it is more readily available for use as scion. And then it is characterized by alternating leaves on a single plane, And generally, okay, they are lateral to moderately upright growth, okay? So plagiotropic branches, they don't grow vertically, they grow laterally or near naturally or diagonally, okay? So they are not vertical in growth, okay? So a cacao plant grafting with plagiotropic scion would require more formative pruning and ultimately give the grower more control over the architecture of the tree. Okay, so if you choose a plagiotropic scion, your trees are not going to grow very tall. Okay, they are going to grow laterally. Okay, and because of that, you will need a lot of pruning because they'll be going very far. Okay, like that. Okay, that's one thing you should know. And the leaves on the plagiotropic branches, the leaves they alternate. Like that. And the next thing is the autotropic. So this material grows oftentimes. This material's growth oftentimes comes, okay, off the trunk of the mature cacao tree, okay, but occasionally will emerge out of mature fan branches. Okay, it is characterized by leaves, in a spiral pattern on all planes and directly upright. Okay, so the orthotropic grows upright, vertical growth on the tree. Okay, so a cacao plant grafted with orthotropic scion, okay, will behave like a tree, okay, seedling tree, bear this in mind, and produce a cluster of fan branches at an intermediate height. Okay, so what that means is that it's going to grow like a tree and then form branches at an intermediate height. Okay, so that is one thing you should note. So whether to use orthotropic or use plagiotropic depends on your goal. Okay, what do you want to achieve on your farm? Okay, and do you want cocoa trees that are very short? Then use the plagiotropic branches. If you want tall trees that are easy to walk through the farm, then you use the orthotropic. However, you can mix the two. It doesn't make any difference. Okay, you can use any of them. Now let's look at the method for cocoa clone production. Okay, so like you can see here, these are seedlings that are being produced. This is a clone. Okay, this is a clone. Okay, so you have a branch like this. Okay, and then you can put some soil or some sawdust, wet sawdust with some rooting hormone around this area. And then in about a month, about 6 weeks, you begin to find roots here. So you just severe it and get cacao seedling. And because it's a grafted plant, it doesn't take long to begin to bear fruit because it's already a branch, not a young seedling. Okay, so let's talk about cleft grafting. So it requires older rootstock seedling, usually at least 4 months old. Okay, as the bud wood is inserted much higher in the stem. Okay, So if you are going to use if you are going to use call it a seedling, the seedling should be older than 4 months old. Okay. However, if you are using the branch from the tree, then this is not applicable. So the typical height of the rootstock, okay, the typical height of the rootstock, the typical height and size of the rootstock ready for grafting at about 20 centimeters in height. Okay, so what we are saying here is that this is the rootstock where you are going to insert. Okay, you are going to insert the scion, and they should not be less than 4 months old. Okay, they should not be less than 4 months old. Okay, the age of this doesn't matter, but this one matters a lot. Okay, so it is important to make sure that the diameter of the rootstock and the scion is similar in size, and that the wedge of the scion lines up neatly with the split of the rootstock. So the size of the scion should be nearly the same size like the rootstock. Okay, so you don't get big scion and then small rootstock, or you don't get a small scion and big rootstock. So they should be nearly same in size. Okay, so the rootstock is opened by splitting the top. Okay, by splitting the top. Okay, and the wedge of the bud is inserted, just like you see here. So you split the rootstock and then prepare a wedge from this. Okay, and then what do you do? The scion is then bound onto the rootstock after it's inserted by wrapping with tape. Okay, so you insert like this and then you wrap with tape like this one, and it looks like this after you are done. Okay, so the plant needs about 2 months after grafting in the nursery. Okay, so for union to begin to happen. So these are the materials you are going to need for grafting. You need a seedling or a rootstock. You need a bud or a scion, a bud wood or a scion. And then you need pruning shears. You need grafting knife, which is also called the scalpel. And then you have the sharpening stone, the plastic strip, the grafting tape, alcohol. Then you need water, marker, labels, and then first aid kits. Okay, so these are some of the tools you're going to need. Okay. Now let's look at number 2, hypocotyl grafting. Hypocotyl grafting. So this technique uses mainly green tissue material, and then the graft union is below the cotyledon. Okay, below the cotyledon seed leaf, below the cotyledon seed leaf. So growth from the rootstock is minimized. Okay, the growth from the rootstock is minimized and done with rootstock, and done when rootstock is 3 weeks old. Okay, or when the first true leaves are about 2 inches long. So you can perform this method of grafting when your seedling look like this. Okay, when the seedling look like this. Okay, so the first leaves mature big enough. Okay, then at this height, okay, the seedlings are about 3 weeks old. Okay, then you can do this. Okay, now these are the materials you are going to use. Okay, and then some more materials that you can use. Okay, so you check them out. Now let's go to terminal hypocotyl procedures. Okay, so number one, select 2 to 3 weeks old seedling with cotyledon. Okay, which are firmly attached, and then wipe the stem of the seedling and fingers of hand with alcohol. So you need to sanitize your hands and the seedlings. Then you sterilize your tools as well. So use sterilized scalpel or the knife to cut, okay, to cut off the shoot just above the cotyledon, okay, just above the cotyledon. Okay, just above the cotyledon leaf, seed leaf, okay, like in this image. Okay, so it is cut above here. Okay, cut above here, as you can see. Okay, then now you have to insert the scalp. Okay, insert the scalpel at 3 centimeters from the lateral cut and slip the blade upward, parting the hypocotyl stem evenly, 2 equal halves. Hold the halves together to reduce moisture loss. And then you prepare the scion, about 8 to 10 centimeters, 3 to 4 bars, and same diameter as the rootstock. So only 2 youngest leaves should remain on the seedling. Okay, so what you do is you cut leaf, okay, to half its length, and then wipe the scion material with sterilizing agent, and then with one motion, okay, just one cut, slice a 3 centimeter cut, okay, terminating half way through the stem. And then now you have to turn the stem over and cut, okay, cut a second slice, okay, to make a wedge, a sharp wedge cut. Okay, so what you are going to do is, okay, you have your knife, so you cut this one, just one cut, then you turn it, then another cut. Okay, so that is how it will look like. So you are going to have a wedge. You will have a wedge. Okay, now micrografting procedure continue. Now wedge should be like 2 to 2.5 centimeters long. Now, okay, gently separate the cut rootstock and fit the wedge-shaped scion into the open V of the rootstock. Okay, using the sewing tie, tie the graft union firmly to maintain firm contact. Okay, between two cut surfaces. Okay, and to minimize disturbance. Okay, so now you are going to insert the wedge into the splitted rootstock. Then after that, you have to tie it firmly to make sure the 2 cut surfaces really fit together. Okay, fit together without any disturbance. Okay, now tie the graft together, starting from below. Okay, starting from below the graft union. Okay, and moving upwards, overlapping each wrap and stopping above the union. Okay, so like you see in this photo, okay, this is a side grafting. So you after you insert the scion, okay, now you are going to wrap it like this, beginning from the down part or the downside, wrapping it all the way up. So when this is done, okay, grafted plant is then covered or enclosed, okay, by inverting a clear plastic bag cover, okay, over a bag over the entire plant. Okay, then use rubber band to fasten clear plastic bag onto the potting bag 9 centimeters above the ground. Okay. And number one, plant is stored in a 70% shaded area. Okay, with minimum wind disturbance. Okay, no watering is done during this phase. So clear plastic is removed in 2 weeks after the tape uh, 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 is removed in 2 weeks. Grafting tape a month later. Okay, so you are going to remove the plastic cover in 2 weeks, and then now you're going to remove the plastic covering in about a month later. Okay, seedlings can be planted in about 4 to 5 months. Okay, so before that, before we continue here, let's take 5 minutes break. Okay, let's take 5 minutes break. Shortly, 5 minutes. See. Okay, 5 minutes break, please. Okay, so clean knives and pruning shears and other tools with alcohol, okay, before and after grafting, budding. So that is sanitizing or sterilizing is very important. So all the time you have to ensure this. Okay, you have to ensure this. Okay, so next one, do not place tools into the ground. Okay, your tools in the nursery, don't put them in the ground. Avoid grafting in very hot and very dry periods, and also in very wet periods. Okay, make sure rootstock are the right age and condition for grafting. And then, okay, the grafter plant should be kept under cover for 15 days. Okay, that's the binding period. So that's the period when the scion and then the rootstock are going to join together. Okay, so you need to keep them uh, in a cover, in a shade for 15 days. And then cleaning schedule and program for workstation, tools and equipment must be prepared, okay, and followed. So every schedule you make on the farm, especially for cleaning, for sanitizing or sterilizing equipment and so on and so forth, you have to follow them properly. And because if disease outbreaks happen in the farm, or in the nursery, it's going to cause problem. Okay, so here too you need to manage your water, very well, and nutrients. Okay, selecting grafted plant. Selecting grafted plant. Number one, plants should be clean and healthy. Okay, the leaves should be green, glossy, turgid, showing signs of good nutrition. Free from pests and diseases. Mature and strong graft and union and bad union. Free from root disorder, okay, such as bench or fork root, and then clean stem. Okay, so these are some of the qualities to look for when you go selecting your scion. Okay, that's some of the qualities you need to look for. Okay, and then they should be properly labeled. After it's done, they should be properly labeled. Okay, plants should be mature for the field condition. Okay, should has healthy white roots. Okay, show vigorous, healthy growth, uniform appearance, indicating adequate sunlight, water, and nutrition. Okay, now let's look at propagation trends and practices. Propagation trends and practices. Okay, now you have propagating, okay, grafted, budded, or you have used cutting. So what next? Okay, so there are a range of these to be used, talking about the terms, okay, that you can use. So there are a couple of plastic bags that you can buy anywhere, okay, they are not really expensive. So you can use them to cover the tank, okay? And then we are saying here that regardless of the structure used, the following are critical factors, okay, to maximize success rate of your grafting, okay? So we can see some pictures here. So this is a rootstock, okay, rootstock prepared. Okay, and then over here too, we have the height for the rootstock. Okay, so as you can see here, that is the height of the rootstock. And as you can see, half of the leaf has been cut off, okay, to reduce water loss, okay, to reduce loss of water. Okay, so here we are preparing the plants, okay? We are preparing the plants. Okay, number two, you need to build tent. Okay, you need to build the tent. Okay, as you can see here, making frame, okay, for the grafting tent. Okay, and here, as you can see, okay, the tent structure is ready. Let me say that these things are under the actual canopy. So there is a big canopy, as you can see here. And then the tents are in there. And this has to be done immediately the grafting is done. Okay, so you are going to keep this for 15 days, 14 or 15 days. Then after that, you are going to remove the plastic cover. Okay, like that. And over here we have used clean, clear plastic, thick wood to keep high humidity inside the tent. Okay, so like this. These have been grafted already. They are still within 14 days or 15 days. So after 15 days, then we'll remove this and allow them to grow. They can also look like this. It can also look like this. Or they can also look like this. So whichever you choose is okay. Can also look like this one. Okay. So you need to water plant thoroughly, okay, just before grafting and placing them into the tent. Okay, then install a second layer of seed over the tent that is in addition to the nursery. Okay, and then after being in the tent for 21 days, allow them to rest. Okay, here it says 21 days. Okay, now let's see. After the tent is open, before they are removed, so you have to keep the plants rested for 10 to 15 days, and then this allows the plant to adjust. Okay, so what I mentioned is that okay, after the grafting is done, it will take about 15 days for the union to be established. Okay, and then between 15 days all the way to 21, you can keep them inside the tent you have made, okay, to maintain high humidity inside. Okay, if within 15 days you notice that they are growing well already, you can move the tent. But if you notice that they still need some more time, then you extend to 21 days. Okay, then you can remove it. Okay, so this is a resting tent. So we are plant resting inside grafting. Okay, so here you see that this side is removed. So there is some opening. There's an opening here. Okay, and you are going to do this for about 10 days before the whole canopy is removed. Okay, before the whole thing is removed. Okay, so if they are removed, then it's going to look like this. So these are grafted. Okay, they've gone through the 21 days and the 10 days, and then they are ready. Okay, under the actual shade. Okay, so this is healthy grafted plant tipped some week after grafting. Okay, so you can see these are healthy grafted. Okay, this is the growing stem. Okay, so looks very good here. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the next presentation. Okay, so let's take questions. Let's take questions. If you have any question, you can ask. Okay, let's check out the questions here. Okay, Ariel is asking why and when is grafting needed? Okay, we mentioned that grafting is needed because it is a tool for incorporating different qualities from different trees into one particular tree. For example, 3A has good resistant, it's resistant to diseases, or it has a good disease resistance, but does not bear so much fruit. And 3B bears a lot of fruit, but very poor in disease resistance. So to combine the two traits in one particular tree, we do grafting. So we are going to get the shoot or the scion, okay, from the high yielding tree, and then incorporate it into the disease resistant tree. So that we'll have one tree which is high resistant and high yielding at the same time. So by combining these two traits into one tree, you can achieve this by doing grafting, budding, and that is how it is done. And then he's also asking, when is grafting done? Okay, grafting can be done after 3 weeks. It could begin after 3 weeks of the seedlings growth. Grafting could begin. Okay, so you need to decide which type of grafting you are going to use, either the top wedging, the side grafting, okay, or you're going to use budding, okay. So within 3 weeks after germination, you can begin your grafting process. There's no problem with that. Okay, there's another question here. Okay, somebody also is asking why we don't use the seeds from overripe pods. Okay. Lolita, I think Mom Lolita is asking why we don't need to use seeds of overripe pod. Okay. The problem with overripe pod is that they are most of the time the seeds inside are almost germinating. There are even time they have germinated already. Okay, so there's a tendency that it's right. The seeds are already germinating, and because it is still inside the pod, if you use it, the seedlings will not do well. The seedling will not do well. Okay, so that is the main reason why overripe pods are not really common, because there's a possibility that they are already germinating inside the pod. Okay, I've seen this a couple of times. When you open the pod, then it's already germinating inside because it's already overripe. Okay. Another question here. What's the minimum number of seeds to start with for someone just learning everything for the first time? If you are doing this for the first time, you can target 1,000 to 2,000 seeds. That's okay, you can manage. Okay, 1,000 to 2,000, okay, to begin with. Okay, if you want to do it to sell, then that would be my recommendation. But if you want to use it just to experiment and see, then you can just use around 500 only. Okay, but if through your experiment you want to sell, then you can go for 1,000 to 2,000 seeds. That's okay. If you choose 1,000 seeds, usually 10 to 20% will need to be cut or need to be thrown away because some are not going to germinate well. So if you choose 1,000 seeds, you end up having around 800 to 900 seedlings, possibly. Okay. Anofo is asking, do you have video on grafting and budding? Yes, we have videos on that, and then we can email the video to you as well. For cacao, grafting and budding are the best Yes, for cacao, grafting and budding is the best way to propagate. You can use seeds. However, to get the best qualities in the trees, budding and grafting are really recommended. Okay, budding and grafting are recommended. And then budded or grafted seedlings bear fruit faster compared to seeds raised uh, from the from the seedlings raised from the seeds. Okay, for example, if you cut the branch of a mature cocoa tree and you graft into the seedling, because physiologically it is a mature tree. Okay, any moment it begins to bear fruit once the plant is established. Even less than a year, you can begin to find fruits on it. Okay, and then the next question here: do you have actual demo? Okay, yes. Well, I will send you actual video demo of grafting and budding. Okay, uh, I will send you an actual video demo of it. I can do it here, but I don't have enough space here in the office. Okay, I have around 200 cacao seedlings for the sake of demonstrations, but we don't have enough space here, so I will really, I will send you the video so that that could guide you on how to do this. Okay. All right, we'll send the video to everybody. Any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, so if there are no more questions, we are going to go for our lunch break. According to my time, it's 11:41 according to my time. So we are going to go for our lunch break, and then we are going to come back around 11:50. Okay? 11:50. Ariel is asking again, for 1,000 seeds, how many helpers do you need? 1,000 seedlings, if you are going to do it with somebody else, just one additional helper is enough. Okay? Actually, 1,000 seeds, if you are preparing bag for them, you can, if you are two, you can accomplish that in one day or at most 2 days. If you are going to do it a whole day, 1,000 seeds, you can prepare everything in one day. It's not really so tedious. Everything could be done in a day. Ariel, it could be done in a day with two people. Uh, it could be done. Okay. If you are going to spend half day, then maybe in 2 days you can get it done or get it accomplished. Okay, so let's have a lunch break now, and then see you at 12:50. Okay, see you later at 12:50 for the afternoon session. Okay, somebody is saying so many requirements. Yes, so many requirements. And then Mom Loss is saying, please take time for showing slides so we can follow your presentation. Oh, okay, okay. All right, sorry. Okay. So let's move on to cacao seedling health and management. Cacao seedling health and management. Okay, so Adrian, I will send that document to you, okay, so that you can check the detail. You can check the detail because it's a whole list of requirements, so you will need to check it out and then take note. Yeah, but let's assume that you start your operation this year. Okay, you will be able to do the accreditation after 1 year, at least a year. So after this training, you begin your operation. Uh, in a year time, you will be able to do the accreditation. So within the year, you also need to attend the training from BPI. Okay, because that is required. Okay, that is required. You need to attend the training of BPI. Okay, so let's continue from here. Okay, so we'll begin by talking about what a pest is. Okay, I guess everyone here knows what a pest is. Okay, so basically we are talking about a pest can be uh, they're usually organisms that destroy plants or animals. Okay, they are organisms that destroy plants and animals. Okay. Uh, Anofo is asking if you just want to sell, no need to accredit. Okay. Yeah, because if you are going to do the accreditation, it will mean that you are going to pay tax and all those things. Okay, so you have to do the BIR certificate of registration. You need business permit from your mayor's office and all that. So all those are requirements before you can be accredited. Okay, but if you just want to sell, then there's no problem. You can just proceed. You can just proceed with your business. Uh, anyway, just a small nursery. So you can just do it without accreditation. Okay, so we are saying that a pest is any organism that causes the damage to the cacao, and then they end up spreading diseases, okay, and reduce the value of plants and animals. Okay, so that is what a pest is. Okay, so the proper identification of a pest is an essential component of all good management practices. And then there is a need to fully understand the morphology, okay, of pests and how it relates to economic impact. Okay, so integrated pest management utilizes different strategies to decrease pest numbers and damage, so economically tolerable. Okay, so when we say integrated pest management, we are talking about holistic approach, okay, to managing pests, involving using chemical, cultural, biological, okay, all the holistic approach. So the operations available for the control of pests are legislative, physical, cultural, ecological, biological, and chemical. So when we say integrated pest management, these are the components. Okay, legislative, physical, cultural, ecological, biological, and chemical. And usually chemical is the last consideration, okay, when controlling pests in the nursery. So the most effective way to control pest disease, okay, problems is to prevent them from happening. Okay, so by paying close attention to the best practices indicated in the manual we are presented. Okay, so the best way to control is to prevent. Okay, the best way to control. So that will mean proper farm sanitation. Okay, so the next step is to do regular nursery monitoring. Regular nursery monitoring or scouting, and then you look for signs of pest damage caused by disease, and pests. When a problem is noticed, apply a treatment to that area immediately. This is called spot treatment. Okay, so integrated pest management will entail that regularly you need to inspect the nursery. Okay, like every week you check the presence of any pest or the presence of any disease. And then if you see it on one plant, okay, you isolate the plant and you treat it so that the entire nursery will not get contaminated. Okay. Now the third step, okay, is to use the integrated approach, okay, to pest and disease management. This recognizes that pest and disease are not only controlled by chemical, okay, just slowed down for a while. So like I say, in integrated pest management, the use of chemical is usually uh, the last resort, okay? The last method, the last approach. So we try to use the physical, the cultural, the biological, the legislative, and so on and so forth. Okay, if it doesn't work, then you bring in chemical. So true control comes from minimization of the conditions that allow disease or pest to establish when and then develop. So we call this approach IPM for pest or disease, uh, pest, and then IDM for disease. Okay, so IDM is integrated disease management, and IPM is integrated pest management. Okay, so the goal is reduce, okay, the incidence of disease. So you do so by destroying the condition which enhances proliferation of disease and pests. For example, you need to provide enough drainage or good drainage to reduce waterlogging in the nursery, because waterlogging is going to enhance the growth of fungi, and these fungi are going to cause black pods later, or the fungi that causes that causes dumping off. Okay, some of the roots will begin to get rotten. Okay, so you need to take note of this. Okay, so now let's look at seedling pest problems and control measures. The most common methods faced are insects such as thrips, mites, aphids, and mirrors. Okay, these are insect sucking organisms. Okay, or sucking insects. Okay, and then they suck the sap, and then they cause the leaf and the stem to get distorted. So they are interested in the sap in the plant. Okay, so they suck it, and then they cause the plant to get distorted. That's why these can be treated with softer chemicals such as oil-based sprays. Okay, like sunflower oil or DC shown, or pyrethroid, which is also confident. So these are available on the market, which could be used in the treatment. But like I said, chemical treatment is always the last thing you have to consider when you're controlling disease and pests in the farm or in the nursery. Okay, the use of chemical is always the last method that you have to use. It should not be your first method. Okay, so take note of this. So other insects such as armyworms, locusts, grasshopper also eat the leaf. Okay, occasionally termites and root surface may be a problem, especially if the soil uh, is used as potting mix. Okay, and and was not solarized before being used. Okay, so we talk about sterilizing the soil before it's used. So it has to be sterilized to avoid the incidence of root problems. Okay, treat termites and root surface with a drench uh, of chlorpyrifos or insecticide granules. Okay, so if you check in your you check in the agrochemical stores, you can find these insecticide. But again, I said it should be the last resort that you should use. Last resort. Okay, it should always be the last resort that you should use. Okay. So when we say IPM, we are talking about monitoring. Okay. Okay, monitoring, we are talking about all these things here. So sustainability, practicability, and integration. Okay, so over here, we talk about monitoring, biological agent, chemical control, cultural practices, and preventive measures. Okay, that is what IPM is all about. Okay, so spraying chemicals should be part of an IPM approach to insect, nursery insect pest. So this includes removing insects by hand, okay? Keeping insects out by having all sides covered with shade cloth, keeping weeds out of the nursery, okay, and introducing insect predators. Okay, can I excuse me for just 2 minutes? Just excuse me for 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, please. Okay, just 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I will quickly use the CR. Just two. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. I'm going to share my slide again. Okay. So what I was saying a while ago is you need to keep scouting out, okay? Scouting out to find out what insects or diseases are showing on the farm. And then comprehensively you work to control them. Okay, let's continue from here. So these are some of the pests that you can expect to find. Okay, so this is cane grass. Okay, so they eat the roots, and this can be a problem if you use poultry manure, which is not well dried. Okay, in your mix, in your pot mix, you can have this problem. Okay, because there are some poultry manure which contains a lot of the seeds of these particular worms. Okay, so this can be a problem because they eat the roots of the seedlings. So if you're going to use poultry dung, make sure it is sun dried very well. Okay, before you incorporate it into your system. Okay, another is the leaf eater. Okay, so they eat the leaves look like this. And then the sapsucker, okay, they end up leaving the seedling like this. Okay, and this is an effect of a termite damage. Okay, so the termite will eat into the stem. When you open the stem, it looks like this one here. Okay, they have completely destroyed it. Okay. Now let's look at some more detail here. I will show you some more pictures. The most common problems seen are seed and seedling rot and seedling blight. Usually they are the most common, okay? That the seeds will get rotten and not germinate. Okay, and then if they germinate, they will have blight. So seed and seedling rot are best controlled by prevention, which is solarizing the potting mix, and then solarize the potting mix and do not overwater. Okay, so don't put too much watering. Okay, just enough, and then before you use the soil, you need to solarize it. You need to get it sterilized by covering it, leaving it in the sun for 1 to 2 days before you use. Okay, if chemical treatment is necessary, it's possible to try potting mix drench, okay, with mancozeb fungicide. You can find this in the agro shop. Okay, I will show you some more images. Seedling blight is caused by Phytophthora fungi. Okay, and then it occurs if leaves are wet for long periods, such as in heavy rain. Okay, and then it can spread quickly by rain splash and leaf contact, leaf to leaf contact. It's essential to manage and prevent the disease by ensuring good ventilation through nursery. Okay, and then good drainage to stop water collecting around the bags. Okay, so after every watering, the excess water needs to drain from the nursery. and out of the nursery. Okay, so this is achieved by a maximum of 8 planting bags per bed, and with walkways between beds. Okay, and then crowding plants up is a recipe for disaster, especially in the wet season. So usually the column should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maximum. Okay, in that way. Okay, don't make it more than eight potting pots or bags. Okay, and then as a preventive measure and to treat outbreaks, and as part of IGM approach, okay, we can spray in wet periods with copper-based sprays. Okay, copper-based sprays are very effective against different kind of fungi. So treatment with metalaxyl in alternation with copper spray also works for a short time, and then it is common for nurseries to spray every 7 to 10 days in the wet season, during the wet season. Okay, these are general recommendations. Just keep an eye on your seedlings. Okay, uh, just keep an eye on your seedling. If you don't notice incidents of diseases, then spraying will not be needed every 7 to 10 days. So this is a symptom of disease blight. Okay, disease blight in cacao nursery. So if you begin to notice something like this, it means that blight is taking place. Another one is vascular streak dieback, okay, which looks like that. So VSD caused by fungus is less common, but nurseries should be monitoring for it. Okay, VSD usually happens on the farm when the seedlings are about 1 year old to 2 years old. That is when VSD is very common. Okay, but you should also be on your guard in case you notice any of this sign among the seedlings. Then you need to isolate them and then treat them, or isolate and burn them. Okay, infected plants must be removed and destroyed. Okay, keeping nurseries at least 100 meters away from trees will help to minimize this problem. So earlier on, we mentioned that uh, the site you want to construct your nursery should be about 100 meters away from the cacao farm. Yeah, because it will reduce the incidence of disease being transferred from the farm to the nursery and vice versa. Okay, some post-grafting disease or incompatibility of scion and rootstock. This is less common, okay? Uh, it's a most It's a post-grafting disease or rejection, which features pale leaves or white leaves and diseased tissue around the graft wound area. So there could be a problem which is called the post-grafting disease, or it's also called incompatibility. Okay, so if compatibility is not achieved, what happens is that the newly growing scion will become pale yellow, or it will turn white. Okay, so when you notice this, you should know right away, look, this thing is not compatible, or the union was not really successful. So keeping the plant dry, securing it properly with grafting tape and using clean tools will minimize this problem. Okay, so what we are saying here is that To reduce this problem, make sure that the tape that you use to band the grafted area need to be very firm, okay, so that you will not encounter this problem. So this is what I'm talking about, post-grafting disease. Okay, it can look like this. Okay, when you cut open, that's what you notice. So here, you see that the union was not successful. So it looked yellowish and then whitish here. Okay. Now let's look at integrated pest management in more detail. So all nursery operation personnel should do this under IDM. They should be provided with heightened awareness of pest presence, activity, and control. Maybe in setting up your nursery, you'll not be the one to be in charge of the day-to-day activities in the nursery. So if you are going to employ somebody to do this, then you need to properly train them, okay? And then the personnel should be able to locate, identify insect, mite, disease problems, and to observe changes in the severity of infestation. Should be able to reduce pesticide use by eliminating unnecessary routine application by pesticide at the proper life cycle stage for effectiveness. Okay, so your goal is not to use chemical always. So which means that you need to routinely inspect the farm, okay, to break the life cycle of the pest. The next thing is here, conduct a random inspection, okay, daily during the entire production cycle, and scout starting from the doorway, okay, the location where the disease pest problems begin. Okay, so random checking, inspection, okay, random scouting is very important. Okay, so spend at least 20 minutes inspecting 20 or more plants from every 1,000 square meters. Okay, inspection should begin at the bottom of the plant and proceed upward from older leaves to younger leaves to new growth, buds, and blooms. So here what we are saying here is that in every 1,000 square meters, you have to inspect around 20 plants, beginning from the roots all the way up. Check them and see if everything you see is normal. Okay, and then isolate and treat affected nurseries. So the caretaker should be able to isolate and treat plants that have contacted diseases. So disease seedlings should be removed and destroyed. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so they should be able to identify major pests of cacao, identify early symptoms of pest attack. They should be able to know what options are available using IPM, uh, ITM, should be ITM, not ICM. Okay, they should know what steps can prevent pest attack. Okay, they should be able to determine established plant nutrients and their role. They should be able to determine essential plant nutrients, okay, and then their role in plant development, and then be able to identify nutrient deficiency symptoms. Okay, we'll look into that detail later. So you should be able to identify common varieties of cacao, know the key steps in land preparation. You should also be able to choose the best type of fertilizer, okay, the best type of fertilizer, and the method of applying fertilizer. They should understand the importance of weed control. Okay, know what options are available for weed control. Okay, know how to select planting material. Okay, now let's look at pest and disease problems. Some more detail. Okay, some more example, we have seedling rot, we have seedling blight, I mentioned this a while ago. VSD, I mentioned it. Mite, we mentioned. Trips, we mentioned. Aphids, we mentioned. And then we have ceratocystis. Well, okay, this is new, we did not mention this. And then we have scale insect. Okay, we did not mention this. But these are also leaf-eating insects. And then we have the phytophthora, okay, which causes the black pod disease. Now let's talk a little about damping up. So in damping up, we are talking about rotting of the leaf, the roots, as a result of too much water logging, okay? And this is caused by a fungi called Fusarium, okay, also called by Rhizoctonium species, and then Pythium as well. Okay, so just take note of this. So management includes soil trench, with systemic fungicides, and then treatment of media by steam sterilization, polarization, or fumigation. And then we have preventive measures, which may include hot water treatment or fungi treatment. Okay, so to really eliminate damping off, make sure the nursery floor or the nursery ground is not wet all the time. Okay, and then number two, you also need to make sure that spotting mix is sterilized. Okay, now evaluation of black pod. Seedling can be evaluated for black pod at an early age using a leaf-based inoculation method by grafting the parental clones onto the rootstock. Okay, test the young leaf from the parents. Test on young leaf from parents. The parent can be compared with those from the progeny. So here, what we are saying is that one way you can evaluate, okay, the presence of black pod, okay, is to use the leaf this inoculation method. Okay, how do you do it? By grafting the parental clones onto rootstock. Okay, so let's assume that this is the parent plant. So I get a branch from here. Okay, and then I graft it into a seedling here. So if there's black pod disease here, it's going to manifest here. Okay, it's going to manifest here because the parent plant has got black pod. So any branch that will be taken when it is grafted into a new seedlings, the same problem is going to pop up. Okay, the next thing here, we have segregation in the progeny provides the possibility of selecting seedlings with more resistant to black pod than the parent. Okay, so here we have to segregate. Segregate means separate. Okay, the affected or the infected ones from the uninfected ones. Okay, to avoid spreading. Okay, and then what we are saying here is that there is also the possibility, okay, that the younger seedlings could be more disease resistant than their parent plants. We have bacteria, which is called a Rhizoctonium species, and then we have plant parasitic nematodes. This is also a big problem in some schools. Okay, so if you notice the plant is withering, that could also be a sign of the presence of nematodes in the soil, because nematodes will literally destroy the roots, and then when the roots are destroyed, the plant will naturally begin to die. Now let's see the image here. We have chemical control of nursery pests. So here the table provides the chemical, the mode of action, the chemical group, the toxicity level, pest control, and then dose that is needed. Okay, so you have to take note of this, the pests that are controlled. So if you are fighting any of these, you check here and then you check the active ingredient. So when you go to the agrochemical shop, you tell them you are looking for a pesticide with this active ingredient, and then they will give one to you. Okay, the brand, you might not know the brand name, but you know the active ingredient. Okay, because you know the active ingredient, you can be able to make use of that. Okay, so we'll check all here. Okay, the pest involved, and then check uh, the the active ingredient. Okay, and then you should also consider the toxicity class or level. Okay, so usually don't use chemical with very high toxicity because that could be dangerous. Okay, all right, let's move on to next one. So over here again, we have the pest, and then we have the active ingredient that controls them there. Okay, so you can go through this one as well. So anytime you have a problem on your phone, any pest or the presence of pests, you can just go back to the table, and then it will guide you to look for a chemical that could be of use to you. Okay, the next one, we have the pest control, and then we have the active ingredient. Okay, then we have the toxicity level, and then mode of action. Okay, now let's talk about plant nutrient and deficiency symptoms. Okay, plant nutrient and deficiency symptoms. So we have nitrogen. Okay, when there's no nitrogen available to the plant, what happens? So we have stunted growth here. Okay, all right, then the leaf become yellow and pale. Okay, and then usually if the problem is nitrogen, the leaf become pale without defect, okay, like that. And then we have phosphorus. The deficiency symptoms are there. We have potassium, and then we have calcium and magnesium. So these are the deficiency symptoms. Sometimes it might not be a pest. It might simply be, or even a pathogen, but it might simply be the absence of one or two diseases, one of or two nutrients, okay, in your soil causing that particular thing. And if you replace, fertilize the soil, then this problem. And then we have sulfur, iron, zinc, boron. Okay, so all these are nutrients in the soil for the use for the plant. Okay, now let's talk about environmental hygiene, which is very important. Nursery waste disposal. So the preservation of the environment and biodiversity should be major consideration, okay, of the nursery management staff. Okay, proper disposal of waste is one positive contribution toward environmental sustainability. Okay, so we are saying composting is recommended for organic material. Okay, and then glass containers should be broken, and plastic or metal containers punctured or crushed. Okay, the containers can be placed and then be buried in an isolated area. Okay, at least 50 centimeters from below the ground surface. So here what we are saying is that it is very important to dispose waste properly on the farm. Okay, because most of these waste contain diseases, they contain pests. So if they are not properly disposed, it can cause contamination on the farm. It could cause contamination. Okay, so just take note of this. Okay, then attempt all empty pesticide containers must be properly destroyed, should be destroyed. Okay, uh, and never reuse again. So it is extremely dangerous to use them for anything else. It's extremely dangerous. Okay. All right. So usually consult the pesticide label. Okay. The manufacturer or the manufacturer's preventive uh, representative for specific recommendation regarding cleanup and disposal. Okay. Empty organophosphate and carbamate containers can be neutralized by adding alkaline substances. Okay, there are some they can be neutralized, but there are others and it cannot be neutralized. Okay, so the containers need to be disposed well so that they don't cause damage to anybody. Okay, now we have container type. We have metal containers. What needs to be done to them? And then plastic, glass, fiber, and then we have plastic, and then we have foil, pouches of water, soluble bucket. Okay, so all their descriptions are there, how you need to treat them. So you need to check them out in case you buy chemical and then using it, how to dispose it. Okay, it's very important. Now let's talk about storage chemicals, storage of chemicals. So plant protection products must be stored in accordance with the local regulation. Okay, it should be stored in a location that is structurally sound, or secure, first resistant, well ventilated. Lit. We have appropriate to the temperature condition. We have located away from other materials. Okay, other materials and able to retain spillage and then physical barrier. Okay, storage shelving uh, should be should be of absorbent material. Okay, and then all chemicals um, are to be stored in a manner which poses minimum risk. Okay, of contamination to water sources. Okay. And then this is done. Remember, products must be sold in original content. Liquids not stored on shelves and powder, above powders. And then use the approved chemicals at correct applications. Okay, this is very important that you don't just apply anything on your farm, but everything you apply is what has been recommended by agriculturists. Okay, then we have presence of first aid kits. Okay, in the vicinity of field work. Okay, so if you're working on the nursery farm, you always need some first aid. Okay, you need first aid around you in case you hurt yourself or in case there's any problem. Okay, potential hazards are clearly identified by warning signs. So workers, visitors, and subcontractors are equipped with suitable protective clothing in accordance with the legal requirement and all label instruction. Okay, so rubber boots or other appropriate footwear, waterproof clothing, rubber gloves, okay, and then face masks are very important. Then we are smoking, eating, and drinking, which is not in a nursery, except that is designated. Okay, then we have products. Products have to be kept locked and physically and physical access to and physical access is only granted in the presence of persons who can demonstrate formal training in the safe handling and use of plant uh, plant protection products. Okay, accident procedure notice should be clearly visible, okay, within 10 meters of building. And then only use protection product authorized by the community of use for the target crop. Okay, accidents and emergency procedure have to exist. Instructions are available to dominant language or dominant language of the workforce or pictograms. Okay, so procedure must identify the following. Okay, so farms, map, reference, address. Then we have contact number. And then we have an update list of relevant phone numbers. Okay, police, ambulance, and then hospital, electricity, and water and gas supplier. Okay, need to keep detailed record of pest control, inspection, and so on and so forth. Okay, so good record keeping is very, very important. Okay, it's very, very important. And so we have stock inventory must be followed, and it is uploaded at least once every 3 months. Okay, so stock inventory need to be updated every 3 months. Okay, and then the producer keeps record of seedlings of seeds when planting day. Okay, record on seeds and planting day, not when. Okay, and then temperature and humidity, where applicable, controls have to be maintained. Okay, so keep records on the temperature, keep records on humidity, keep records on planting, keep records on pest control, disease control, chemical application, and so on and so on. So all these you will need to keep some records on them. Okay. So here we have on-site living quarters must be habitable. Okay, it must be habitable and must have the basic services and facilities. So basic services like running water, toilet, okay, in case of no drain, septic pits can be accepted if conditions are in compliance with the local regulation. So all persons working on the farm, they should have annual basic hygiene training, okay, according to the physical instruction. And so workers must have access to clean food storage areas, and then also designated rest area, Okay, then hand washing facility. Then we have 14 portable drinking. Okay, this is one of the reasons why you need to really create good compartments on the nursery because you are going to use chemicals sometimes. And then if you are going to use chemicals sometimes, and then you're also going to eat in the nursery, then it means that you really need to keep things well, okay, to prevent any form of contamination. Okay, now let's talk about environment, okay? So there must be a written plan that aims to enhance habitat and maintain biodiversity, okay, on the farm. So the action will include knowledge of integrated pest management, use of crop conservation site, water supply, and impact on users. Okay, so no human sewage sludge is used on the farm. Okay, so there should be management, wildlife, and conservation plan for the enterprise that acknowledges the impact of farming activities on the environment. Okay, and then observation of all local regulations regarding disposal or destruction containers. Containers should be adhered to. Okay, pesticide use. So here you have to label instructions. The label instructions should be followed, okay? The label instructions should be followed to ensure successful application, avoid waste, and then assume the environment. Okay, avoid risks to operators, consumers, and the environment. Okay, an anti-resistance strategy should be adopted to avoid reliance on any one chemical. Okay, any one chemical, and then the current list of products that are used and approved for use on cacao being grown must be kept. Okay, so you need to keep a list of all approved materials, chemicals that are acceptable on your farm. Okay, so use appropriate tools. Okay, ensure appropriate tools are used. Okay, and proper calibration are done for safe and efficient use. And then remember to use safety clothing. Okay, so agricultural chemicals can enter the body in 3 ways. Okay, through ingestion, breathing, and then absorption. Okay, so you have to wear your protective gear every time you're using chemical on the farm. Okay, wear your mask, okay, your gloves, and so on and so forth. Everything should be done. So workers need to wash their hands before and after bathroom. Okay, to ensure, okay, workers need to wash their hands before using the bathroom, okay, and to cover cat and wear proper protective clothing. So this is for proper self-protection, okay? So if you go to the restroom, you might touch certain places of your body. Okay, so it means that you will need to wash your hand very well. Every time when you go to the restroom, wash your hand, especially on the farm. Okay, so let's look at short-term poisoning symptoms. So as you use chemicals, you could get poison. Okay, these are some of the symptoms. Okay, just take note of them. In case you are on the nursery farm and if you understand, okay, you should attend to them. Okay, so these are them. Okay, so just take note and see if ever at any time you feel any of these things, take precautions. And therefore, long term, these are some of the effects. Okay, these are long term effects. Okay, then we said earlier that you need a first aid. Okay, you need first aid. So if any of the above symptoms are experienced, okay, leave the site of exposure, tell someone about it, follow the advice on a chemical level, and then if the eyes have been affected, rinse with water for about 15 minutes. Okay, if fumes are inhaled, okay, get to fresh air or an uncontaminated area. Just sit down, remain calm, and breathe as normal as possible. And then if chemicals have been ingested, okay, just follow the first aid instruction and then seek medical attention. Okay, so tell the doctor that you have been exposed to chemicals. Okay, provide the pesticide name and detail. Okay, pesticide remain in the field after application. That is one thing you have to realize. So that when you apply, the chemicals stay on the farm for more than a week. Okay, therefore workers should take note of this. Okay, you have to take note of this. So wear clothing that covers the skin. Okay, so every part of your body needs to be covered. Wash your hands before eating. Okay, and then use clean cloth to wipe your sweat. Okay, so when you are sweating on the farm, don't just pick any chemical which is contaminated with disease, but make sure that you use the right cloth to wipe yourself. Okay, then wash work clothes before wearing them again. Okay, so some safety equipment, glove, footwear, and so on and so forth. Okay, you are going to need all these if you're going to operate at the nursery project. So all protective gear must be washed after use. Okay, should be washed after use. All right, so washing of protective gear uh, should be um, should be done within the house or near or in natural water bodies. Okay, but even this, it's also discouraged, especially if you wash in water bodies, it means that you are going to contaminate the water body. Okay, so it's advisable to wash somewhere else, okay, with soap. Okay, before spraying operation is started, rinse out the sprayer. Okay, clean the nozzles and nozzle screen and so on and so forth. Okay, and then make sure strainers and nozzle screens are 50 mesh or larger. Okay, to ensure wettable powders uh, are used. Okay, and then all of the nozzles should be of the same type. Okay, size and fan angle for most application. Here, let me say that maybe you are not so much experienced with the nozzles and so on and so forth. In case you go to the agro shop to buy, just tell them exactly what you are going to use the sprayer for, because they are expert in telling you which sprayer is ideal for this task or that task. So just tell them. Okay, so check all lines, valves, seals, uh, and the tank after filling the sprayer with water, and during calibration to be sure there are no leaks in the system. So usually you are going to pour out the water maybe halfway, usually halfway, before you add the chemical. So after you pour it in halfway, check that the water is not draining through any leak. Okay? Because if you don't check and there's a leak, after you put a chemical, the chemical is going to leak to your skin. And that is very, very dangerous. Okay, some more tools here. Okay, for operator's manual, for the operator's safety, replace weather crack or worn hoses. Okay, you just need to change them. So adjust the nozzle height and spacing as suggested by the nozzle manufacturer. Okay, or as specified pesticide label. Okay, only water that is clean enough to drink, okay, should be used in the sprayer. Okay, a small amount of silt or sand in the water rapidly wears pumps, okay, and then other part of the sprayer system. So you just have to make sure there's no sand, no dirt in the water, because it's going to clog the holes in the sprinkler. Okay, so take precautions to avoid exposure to wettable powders. Okay, that's all granules, and add granules. Okay, I take it again. Take precaution to avoid exposure when wettable powders to the sprayer tank. Okay, when you add materials to the sprayer tank, air is forced out and carries some of the pesticide particles, okay, within it. Okay, so if the solvent in the pesticide is toxic or flammable or both, okay, be sure the mixing operation is performed in an area where there is ventilation. Okay, so the adequate addition of small amount of material such as emulsifiers or thickeners drastically alter the physical properties of the spray solution. Therefore, the applicator should check the pesticide label, okay, to be sure, okay, to be sure he is operating according to the label instruction. And then many types of solvents, some which are chlorinated, are used in pesticide formulation. And then vapors of chlorine solvent are very dangerous to breathe. Okay, so you should take note of this. Always be aware of the meteorological conditions existing during pesticide application. Okay, loss of spray from treated, loss of spray from a treated area increases during high winds or low humidity. Okay, so you have to check the rain, the weather before you do the application. And because if there's going to be strong wind, okay, when you are spraying, when it's going to, and it's going to contaminate the tank, okay, and so on and so forth. So in this area must be sprayed. Do not spray during windy, low humidity. Okay, I mentioned that, so take note. Okay, be alert for nozzle clogging and changes in nozzle pattern. Okay, if nozzle clog or other troubles occur in the field, shut the sprayer off and move to an unsprayed area. Check the pesticide label for re-entry intervals. So re-entry intervals is the elapsed time after the pesticide application before workers can safely re-enter the field. Okay, usually when you are spraying, your nose is covered, your eyes are covered, all your body is covered. Okay, so after you are done spraying, don't remove the mask, and while you are still in that place where you did the spraying, because that is toxic to you. Okay, so after spraying, you just need to leave the area, okay, the spraying area, and move to the other side before you move your things. And make sure you don't go to the field, okay, until I think about 24 to 48 hours, okay, when everything has settled. The atmosphere is no more contaminated. So all containers, regardless of their type, should be rinsed, okay, 3 times before disposal. The rinsed water should be dumped into the sprayer tank. Otherwise, the rinsed water must be treated as a surplus pesticide and disposed properly. Okay, rinsed water should never be dumped on the ground. Okay, this is one of the mistakes that most farmers do. We usually put a lot of chemicals in soil. So use the following rinse and drain procedure, okay, to prepare containers for disposal. Okay, number one, empty the container into the spray tank and drain the vertical position, okay, for about 30 seconds. And then refill container 1/5 to 1/4 with rinsed water or other recommended solution. Okay, now rinse thoroughly, pour into the spray tank, and drain in a vertical position for 30 seconds. Okay, repeat step 2 until the container has been rinsed 3 times. Okay, empty the container into the spray tank and drain in a vertical position for 30 seconds. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our presentation, the second presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so let's get questions. If you have question, you can ask if you have some question. Okay, about the spraying. Okay, let's check over here in the chat if there are some questions here. Okay, I'm checking out the questions here. Okay, somebody is asking, sir, could you please show us different kinds of insects? Okay, I think that is done already. That is done already. If we could practice IPM approach, could you please show us some beneficial insects that could be possibly kill if we use chemicals as control? Okay. If you are using IPM, like I mentioned, the use of chemicals should always be the last resort. Okay, the last thing to use in IPM is chemical. Okay, so you use the cultural, use the biological, use the physical, okay, and then ensure the legislative aspect because there are some towns, some chemicals not allowed, and so on and so forth. So if all these do not work, then you use a chemical. Okay. So usually on the farm, there are beneficial insects that could be destroyed or killed when chemicals are used. For example, there is a particular insect called playing mantis. They feed on some insects, aphids, and those things. So if you happen to use chemical, then likely you are going to destroy them. And again, too, there are some spiders. They also feed on other insects that are harmful. Okay, that are harmful uh, to your seedlings. And then if you spray insect, all those spiders are going to be destroyed as well. So please always make sure that the use of insecticide in the nursery is the last thing. If all hope is gone, that is when you use insecticide. Don't make it the first thing, because apart from the harmful effect of the pesticide, it is also capital intensive. It's expensive to practice the use of insecticide. Okay, so I just take note of that, and then don't use it regularly until there is the need. Okay, there is an urgent need. If not, you don't need to use it. Okay, then over here, there's another question. Sir, how old the cacao to be grafted? Okay, I said that grafting can be done beginning from 3 weeks old. Okay, grafting can be done. When the seedlings are three weeks old, grafting can begin. Okay, and then Adrian is asking, sir, after planting the seedlings, I noticed small holes in the leaves, on the leaves after a few weeks. Okay, what should I do to prevent it? Okay, so Adrian, you have to closely pick some of the leaves that have holes in them. Okay, closely look at them to see whether there are some insects eating or not. Okay, because most of the time, holes in leaves are caused by insects. Sometimes if it's not a hole initially, maybe it's a brown patch and it later becomes a hole, then it's a lack of a particular nutrient. But if you suddenly see a hole, that's an issue of insect eating the leaves. So you need to check it closely, okay, and see if there are presence of insects. You can choose to first destroy them physically. Then if destroying physically doesn't work, okay, then you have to make sure that you avoid too much crowding, because too much crowding in the nursery, okay, provide a very good microclimate for insects to multiply. Okay, so you can space out the seedlings to reduce the proliferation of the insect. Okay, so if that doesn't work, then you can spray. But first, you need to closely inspect the seedlings to see what kind of insect is trying to eat the leaves. Okay, and that is it. Okay, any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, I'm going to go straight to the last presentation for today. And then after that, I will talk about how you can market your seedlings. Okay, after the last presentation, I'm going to give you some practical ideas on how we market our seedlings here. Okay, and then doing the same thing or something similar, I know it will be very good for you too. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. I will share my screen again, and then I'm going to look at last presentation.
Sir,
Hello.
uh, there are organic pesticides being used. What can you
Okay.
say about that?
Yeah, organic pesticides, they are usually the best, especially those with a neem extract. Okay, neem extracts have been proven many times to be able to control some pest diseases. Actually, neem is also anti-fungicide as well. Okay, so probably as part of the integrated system, okay, maybe instead of using actual uh, synthetic pesticide, you may consider using uh, some organic pesticide first, okay, just to reduce the effect problem, okay, problem on the soil and then the environment. So organic pesticides are also recommended more than synthetic pesticides. So you can use.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And then somebody is asking, notice a build-up of powdery something around a small branch. Okay, and I scratched them and removed them. I noticed the damage up to the cambium bark. How can I prevent that? Okay, so the first approach is what you did. When you notice that the powdery, that is an effect of the activity of some insect, okay, in the on the seedlings. So the first thing you do is to remove it physically, mechanically, okay, and then those plants that are having those particular powdery substances in them, you can decide to remove them and separate them, okay, and then clean all those powdery substances from them. Okay, when they look clean, or later you can send them back to the nursery again. Okay, so if that thing does not stop, then first, like our friend just asked about, you can spray some organic botanical insecticide. That could be good. And then if the problem does not solve, then you can. Yeah, but in our nursery here, we see the same problem. Actually, we have not sprayed any chemical. We just remove those insect activity and then try to pick up the insect that are trying to attack the plants because that is the first approach that you should always use. Okay, if you're having a very big nursery, it's going to be a problem trying to uh, control this if it's end up affecting most of the the seedlings. However, what you could do is regular inspection is the key. Okay, so that that problem does not spread out, okay, to the entire seedling on the in the nursery. Okay, so to prevent it, when you see one or two seedlings having that problem, okay, you just remove it, okay, and then that is it. Okay, then another question here: does graft incompatibility happen? Okay, graft incompatibility happen when the wrapping of the grafted area is not tight enough. Okay, when it's not tight enough, then you get grafting incompatibility. So if you insert the scion, okay, in the rootstock, make sure you really tie it to make it very, very firm. Okay, so when it's very firm, you will not have incompatibility. But if the union is not tight, you are surely going to have an incompatibility problem. Okay, you have incompatibility problem. Okay. Okay, how can it be prevented? Okay, that's what I said. You need to make sure that the wrapping of the tape around the union is very tight. Okay, all right. And then also, again, we are experiencing pot rot or probably tiny buildup of mold on the tip of the cacao fruit. How can this how can this be prevented? Okay, usually pot rot is an activity of fungi. Okay, I'm not on your farm, but I can say that maybe your farm is not really dry. Okay, if your farm is very damp, you are going to have a problem of pot rot all the time. Okay, so to ensure that, you have to really prune the farm well. This will be clean. Okay, to make sure that the leaves are dry most of the time, and the ground is not very wet most of the time. Okay, that is the preventive way for solving pot rot problem. Proper pruning, okay, and proper soil drainage. Okay, so Mom Luz or Mom Las, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Mom Luz or Mom Las. Okay, what you have to do is make sure that the farm is well pruned. Okay, to ensure proper ventilation of the farm. Okay, uh, and then proper penetration of sun all the way to the soil will reduce the issue of pot rot. Okay, on the farm. Okay, so if you do this, then the problem does not solve. Then you can spray with a fungicide. Okay. All right. So I guess there's no more questions. So I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. So we are going to look at managing of the nursery. Okay. The managing
Sir,
of the nursery. Hello.
I have a question posted. The question is, which comes first, spraying fertilizer or spraying pesticide? Say
Okay.
organic pesticide.
Okay. Okay. Did you say spraying fertilizer?
Yes,
You mean foliar fertilizer?
yes.
Okay, okay. Actually, there are times the foliar fertilizer is mixed with a pesticide at the same time.
At the same time.
Yes, so it doesn't matter which comes first.
So
Okay.
it is
Uh,
mixed with some kind of organic pesticide.
yes, that could be done as well. Okay, so uh, you look at the condition of your farm. Okay, which one is the main issue? Which one is the main issue? Is it the pest, or it is call it the nutrient issue. Okay, so which one is the main issue? If you want to decide which one to do first, okay, you can do it based on priority, because actually which one comes first does not really matter. The most important thing is the need of the farm, okay, the need of the farm. But ideally, let me say that if the crops are affected with diseases, then they will not be able to respond well to fertilizer application.
Right, right.
Yes, if they will not be able to respond well to fertilizer application. So I can say in that case that if the disease situation is severe, then you first need to control the disease first. Okay,
Yes.
then when that is done, you can apply the fertilizer. Okay, it's like somebody who is sick. If the person is sick, the person cannot eat well. Okay, so if the person is healed, then the appetite is restored. Okay, but that is the case whereby the disease condition is very severe on the farm. Then you have to do the application of the pesticide, or you need to control the disease of pest first before the application of fertilizer. Okay,
Well said, sir. Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, any more questions? Okay, so I will share my screen again and then continue. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we are going to consider is the nursery management. And we are beginning here with quality control on the farm. Quality control on the farm. Okay. So routine seedling and seed uh, inspection should really be done like weekly. Okay, and then you do recording. Okay, and then ensure proper procedure for culling. Uh, Culling, we said the removal of weak disease seedlings. Okay, because if that is not done, then the whole farm will not be healthy. So this has to be done. Okay, then check nursery record books weekly for compliance. Okay, so you are going to need a book. Okay, later on at the end of this presentation, I'll show you how you can prepare a record book for your nursery project. Okay, conduct inspection of nursery facility regularly. Okay, for structural problems and effect repairs. And then conduct periodic assessment of water quality and supply. Okay, tools and equipment should be properly sterilized and stored. Okay, so we are talking about quality here. So you need to use of tools and equipment outside the nursery is forbidden. Please adhere to this. Okay, so the tools you are using for the nursery should be exclusively for the nursery. Okay, and then monitor budding grafting techniques and success rate. Okay, monitor this for success rate. So adjust, conform delivery schedules should also be checked. Okay, so you need to confirm it. Okay, whoever will order something, you need to document it, write them down. Okay, when to deliver so that you don't forget. Okay, area for quarantine and screening must be functional. Okay, and activities should be recorded. So you need to have an exclusive place on the site for quarantine. Okay, quarantine of disease seedlings. Okay, if you find there is a plant that is diseased or it has some infection, you need to quarantine them. And the introduction of any plant material from outside the outside regular source should be tested, approved, authorized by management, and then recorded and monitored. So usually, if you are bringing in any new seedling, it is ideal to isolate them, quarantine them for like 2 months, okay, before you introduce them. If within 2 months, if they happen to have any disease, the disease is going to show up. Then we have assessment of techniques. Quality tools and equipment should be carried out biannually. Bathroom facilities should be located within the parameter. Okay, now let's talk about clearly defined labels displayed. Okay, so guidelines for proper pesticide usage and disposal should be adhered to. Okay, so every pesticide you are using, okay, you have to check on the label and follow the instruction. A proper storage area must be available. And then training of staff should be ongoing. Okay, continuous growth is a key, okay, for running a functional nursery facility. It's really a big project because the cacao industry in the Philippines is still growing. Yeah, it's growing. And presently, the cacao industry in the Philippines is worth billions of pesos, not billions. Okay, so it's really lucrative now. Okay, the nursery will use only approved uh, plantain seed and bud wool. Okay, so if you are going to get grafting materials or bud wood from any farm, okay, you should make sure that uh, the farm does not have any disease condition. Okay, now maintain records of tools and equipment, attendance, daily activities, plants count, plants died, seeds planted, seed germination rate, fertilizer type and application. Okay, varieties and clones used and where located in the nursery. Grafter, grafting, budding, success rate. Location and count of each batch, grafted and location of seed batch in nursery. Date and symptom of disease and treatment have been administered. Environmental conditions and monitor plant health vigor. Okay, so you have to keep records of all these. Okay, very important. Okay, so a record sheet can look like this. Okay, this is for pesticide usage. So we have date of application, log. We have name of pesticide, volume used, quantity of dose. We have date of next spraying, name of spray, man, remarks, type of spray equipment used. Okay, so you have to keep inventory of this. Okay, and then this is a checklist. Okay, we have category and then we have certification and value. So we have layout, record, production, pesticide use, storage, environmental consideration, quality of seedlings, and so on and so forth. Now let's talk about plant nutrients and water management. So controlling pH of soil of potting mix. Okay, so control pH. Earlier on, I mentioned that the pH of the soil is very, very important. I remember maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I visited one friend in Tibonco, Davao. And then she said, I have applied fertilizer on this particular plant, but it's still not growing. What's wrong? Okay. So I told her that, look, the fact that you put fertilizer in the soil doesn't mean the plants are going to get the nutrient. No, it's not like that. Because nutrient absorption is dependent on the pH. Okay, so the pH is a measure of the acidity or alkalinity of the soil. So if the pH of the soil is not between 5.5 to 6.5, most nutrients are not available to the plants. Okay, they are not in their available form. Okay, so it's very important that the potting mix is kept at a pH between 5.5 and to 6.5. Okay, so if pH is it less than or greater than is less than 5.5, okay, add 10 grams butyl lime in 10 liters of water and add about 100 ml of this mixture to each pot. Okay, so you can buy builder lime from the agro store, or it might not be builder's lime, but any lime at all could be used to correct the problem of pH in the soil. Okay, if the pH is greater than 0.5, 0.75, okay, that add iron sulfate, okay, like 33 grams per liter of water, okay, and flood each pot. Okay, soil pH can easily be checked with the field test kit. Okay, if available, or if available, a pH meter. Okay, I will show you the photo of the pH meter. Okay, so you can use this. That is the manual way of checking it. Okay, let's look at this here. How to test soil acidity and alkalinity. How to test soil acidity and alkalinity. So here we have the beaker here. We have the soil sample, we have vinegar. Okay, equals to bubble. Okay, then the soil is acidic. And then we have beaker with water, soil sample, and baking soda. If there is bubble, it means it is basic. Okay, so that is how you can know if the soil is acidic or it has alkali. Okay, and over here, there is something called litmus paper. There is something called litmus paper. You can buy it on Lazada. It's very, very cheap. Okay, and then what you can do is, if you have the litmus paper, you can prepare solution in the soil. Okay, let the soil settle, get some of the water, and then you dip the litmus paper into the water. Okay, so if it's dipped in the water, the paper is going to change in color. So when the paper changes in color, you compare it to any of the chalk here. Okay, So 4.0 means very acidic. 5.0 not so acidic. And then 6.0 not so acidic. All the way up. Okay. So 7.0 is considered neutral. Okay. And then 7.5 going up all the way to 14 is considered alkaline. Okay. And 1 to 6.5 is considered acidic. High acidic from 1 and low acidic all the way to 7. So that is how it works. So traditionally, that is how you can check if your soil is acidic or alkaline. Okay, like I said, the soil should be slightly acidic for nutrient absorption to be possible. That is 5.5 to 6.5. Okay, so this can also be used. This is also sold. You can buy this as well. This is 3-in-1 soil tester. Okay, so it measures the soil moisture, the soil pH. Okay, and then sunlight as well. Okay, so you find the reading here. So we have pH, we have moist, and then we have light. So if you put this on the right, the pH will be measured. If this is on the, if the knob here is on the left, it means that the moisture will be measured. If it's in the middle, the light will be measured. Okay, so any of these results from high or low pH or simply a lack of nutrient. Many of these result from high, low, or just lack of a particular nutrient. That is what causes the pH not to be normal. Okay, so this should be they should feed the plant for 3 to 4 months. Okay, and we require top-ups with foliar sprayer, spraying liquid feed or slow release granules. Okay, so usually in the nursery, you can apply fertilizer every 3 to 4 months. Every 3 to 4 months. Okay, fertilizer every 3 to 4 months. And then a foliar spray should be done weekly, okay, for the first 8 weeks. You can use foliar fertilizer. So you add insecticide if insects are a problem. Okay, this is what I was talking about. You can mix the foliar fertilizer with insecticide. Okay, if the insects are a problem, you can do that. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's scientifically correct to do that. But that is for foliar spray. Okay, and one that you can use is Confidor. Okay, you could find this in the agro shop. It is a synthetic pyrethroid based based on natural plant insecticide, which you can use. Okay, so use complete spray mix such as Biotech or Peter's Professional Mixture. Okay, and do not exceed recommended dosage as this could scorch the leaves. Okay, when you buy the foliar fertilizer from the agro shop, please, and a big please, follow the instruction. Okay, from my experience, every time you overuse fertilizer, it will kill the whole plant. Okay, overuse will kill the whole plant. Now the plant will die. Okay, so follow the instruction. Okay, follow the instruction. Don't over apply. Because sometimes when you are not agriculturist, you think like, look, if I put more fertilizer, it will grow faster. That is not the truth. If you over apply, plants die because they are salt. Okay, fertilizer is a salt, and excess salt will cause osmosis. Okay, to happen instead of diffusion of nutrients. Okay, so you need to get this clear. So make sure foliar spray or any nutrient application is not done within 3 weeks of transporting plants to the farm. Okay, so if you will spray, let's assume that you are spraying on the newly transported seedlings. Do it after 3 weeks when 3 weeks after transportation or transported. Now let's look at some problems of nutrient deficiency. We have this. This is a grafted seedling, and it looks yellow. Okay, this is a symptom of nitrogen lacking. Okay, so we have chlorosis. Okay, with increased nitrogen deficiency, the leaves become uniformly chlorotic and eventually drop. Okay, all right. So high nitrogen demand with high light condition as growth and shape is less intensive. So if you see your seedlings like this, most of the time they are lacking nitrogen. Okay, and you will notice here that this leaf has no defect there. Okay, there are some other nutrient deficiency, they have the same symptom, but they have some defects on the leaf. So if it's nitrogen deficiency, it has no defect. Okay, the leaf is just yellow, that is it. Okay, and the next one here, this is phosphorus deficiency. Okay, so if you notice the leaves of your plants are like this, it means that they are lacking phosphorus. So you need to apply phosphorus. Okay, you need to apply phosphorus on the seedlings. Okay, if you notice this kind of brownish at the edges of the leaf, that's potassium deficiency. Okay, potassium deficiency. So you have to apply fertilizer which is high in potassium to fix this problem. Okay, to fix this problem. The next one is magnesium deficiency. Okay, if the leaves are looking like this, darkish green with some yellow, it means that the plant is lacking magnesium. So you need to buy fertilizer with micronutrients base. Okay, micronutrients base usually they've got magnesium in them, and you can apply as well, either foliar or through the soil. Okay, and then if you notice this, this is a sign of calcium deficiency. Calcium deficiency. Okay, it is yellow, it has brown patches, and the leaf is deformed. That is calcium problem. So you also need to apply micronutrients in this situation. Okay, when you see this, it is not really dark green, but it's like yellowish green. Okay, that is sulfur deficiency. Okay, so you also need to apply micronutrients here as well to solve this particular problem. So you have to check this thing. When you notice that the seedling, you know what is wrong. Okay, and there's a sign of copper deficiency. Okay, the leaf looks like burned. Okay, it looks like burned. Okay, that is the problem when the soil is lacking in copper. Okay, so you need to apply it, okay, in a soil in order to fix this problem. And this is iron deficiency. Okay, iron deficiency. This is yellowish brown. Yellowish brown. Okay, so you need to apply iron. Okay, so you can do this, okay, by buying a fertilizer with micronutrients. Usually the micronutrients contains iron as well, okay, to fix this particular problem. And then this is boron deficiency. Okay, so when the soil is lacking in boron, the leaves of the cacao lose crumple. Okay, it lose crumple. Okay, and then to fix this problem, you need to buy this micronutrient. Okay, and then apply it following the regulations or the instruction on the fertilizer. Okay, then you can fix this problem. The next one is manganese deficiency. Okay, this is also yellowish green. But over here, we see that the yellowish, they are patches, okay, different patches on the leaf. Okay, so you can also buy fertilizer, which has manganese, if you notice this problem in your nursery. Okay, and we have zinc deficiency. Okay, this is how it looks like. Okay, it looks like the military uniform. Okay, so you need to see that. If you see these chlorotic patches, okay, between the veins, okay, between the veins, and that's a deficiency of zinc in the soil. So you need to take note of this as well. Now let's go to watering schedules and methods of watering. Okay, so earlier on I mentioned something little watering. Okay, so during sunny hot period, watering morning and early afternoon, uh, watering morning and early afternoon every day is a good practice. So morning or early afternoon during sunny days, okay? So allowing the seedlings to dry out before night, okay, will help with disease control. Do not overwater, okay? Water to wet the top of the few inches of the pot mix. And then when plants are more mature, okay, and the weather is overcast, watering every other day is usually enough. Okay, especially during the rainy season, you don't have to water every day. Even during the dry season, you don't have enough rainfall. When the plants are growing already, watering should maybe about 3 times a week is okay. The plants are going to do well. Okay, so use watering cans or hose. If you have a very big operation, hose is recommended. Okay, but if you have a small operation, you can use watering can. It's not too cumbersome. Okay, so the watering can look like this. Okay, with a fine sprinkler. This is for small operation. If you are using big operation, will be very tiring. Okay, and then the hose can look like this. There are so many kind of hose on the market which you can use for your operation. Now, water quality. Good water quality is necessary to produce quality moving seeds. Okay, the simplest indicator of water quality is the electrical conductivity. Okay, so measured with a simple conductivity meter. Okay, the reading should be less than 700 microsiemens, okay, per centimeter. Okay, for cacao seedlings irrigation. Okay, this is equal to about 0.5 grams salt per liter of water. Okay, so if water greater than this level of activity is, salt will accumulate on plant leaves, okay, and the potting mix leading to death ultimately, okay. So check water quality regularly, especially if you see browning of leaves as shown in the image. Okay, so if you see here, this is EC meter. This is used to check the electrical conductivity. Okay, the electrical conductivity. If you check on this, we have ppm. ppm is different from micro Siemens, yeah, micro Siemens. Okay, here micro Siemens is 700. However, if it is for ppm, it can be around 1000 ppm, which is okay. Okay, which is okay. If the reading is ppm, this is part per million. Okay, that is okay for watering. Okay, so let's continue. So good drainage is essential to produce healthy and disease-free plants. Effective drainage must be designed during the nursery construction. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. This is just a highlight. Okay, so you have to provide good drainage, okay, to drain the excess water. Okay, if you can afford to cover the ground with some stones or gravel, that'll be awesome. If you can afford that, make sure that the drainage is such that every excess water will be drained away. For example, like this one over here. Okay, so the drainage will help to drain all the excess water away. Okay. And this is in this problem, in this situation, this is not good. Okay, because there's water logging, okay, in this area. And this situation can cause dumping of pot rot, okay, pot rot and dumping of diseases over here, okay, and then seedlings or rot, they will die if your nursery looks like this. Okay, so design nursery and check the area and specification. Okay, so mark out the area for nursery grafting intent. Provide a 2-meter access path through the center. Prepare ground surface level for level of store drains, and then repair perimeter fence. Check, repair, install water supply, okay, to nursery. So this is nursery construction activities. Okay, install irrigation supply pipe and hoses for watering. Okay, then mark out position and install nursery poles. Construct new nursery framework or repair old ones, and then install shade cloth, side to side and roof. Okay, use movable wire frame or similar. Construct grafting tents or stick. Make grafting burden tables and benches for staff doing budding and grafting. Now let's look at the potting mix preparation. Prepare potting mix, add lime and rock sulfate, solarize the plastic sheet fill the bags, line bags in nursery, seedling planting, collect pods and remove the seeds, salt seeds, remove small and damaged and floaters, clean seeds and put into germinating tray, dip in fungicide, and then collect germ seeds at uh, 3 to collect germ seed at 3 to 5 days and plant into the pot. And then remove twisted, deformed seedlings and potting mix. Now for gut grafting and budding. So prepare trees for bud collection, prepare rootstock, collect bud wood, graft and bud stock, post grafting treatment for watering. Water plant daily during the first month, depending on rainfall. Observe for water stress and disease. Plant nutrient. Add slow control, release fertilizer, or pelletize NPK to beds. Weekly or fortnightly foliar fertilizer. Foliar spraying with macro and micronutrients. Check regularly for nutrient problems. Check water quality and pH monthly. Withhold nutrient 3 weeks planting to the field. Disease and pest scout weekly for disease problems, pests as well. Apply insecticide for insects, mites as necessary. First monthly. Apply copper fungicide as necessary first month fortnightly. And then apply Bifidan for BSD control in wetter condition. And then ensure adequate ventilation in nursery and damage to nursery beds. Okay, weed management. Remove all weeds. Okay, shade management. Check shade and roof and nursery properly. Remove shade from seedlings 2 weeks before field planting. This is called hardening off. So planting, soak seedlings in water before transporting to the field. Construct harden of 1 to 2 weeks. Nursery inventory recording. Keep accurate records of seeds planted, plants culled, plant died. Keep records of germination and then record location of each batch grafted, location of seed batch in the nursery. Okay, keep record of clones and so on. Keep records of grafting and budding. Record problems and treatment applied. Monitor plant health and vital. Okay, record storms and rainfall. Quality control management. Check that seed and seedling inspection occurs weekly for culling. Check nursery record books weekly for compliance. Inspect nursery weekly for structural problems and repairs. Check water supply and quality regularly. Checking budding, grafting successfully. Adjust confirmed delivery schedule. Okay, now let's look at clone good quality clone seedlings. Okay, so if the seedling clone is successful, ready for planting, it looks like something like this. Okay, it looks like this. Okay, very healthy looking. Okay, it could also look like this. Okay, so nicely looking. Okay, so if in the nursery you have things like this, you need to dispose them because they are not healthy. Okay, they are not healthy, so you have to dispose them. Okay, so marking clones. A clone marking is important so that nursery operators know which ones and how many of each have been grafted. So you have to mark that, okay? So it is important for farmers so that each farmer is given a mixture of 3 or more clones, not just one, okay? And then in this way, the performance of clones in different environments does not become a problem for farmers, okay? What that means is that you need to keep proper records of all the clones. So where the clone is coming from, you got the signal from, and so on and so forth. Okay, you have to just make sure. Okay, so marking starts when the bad wood is collected, and then continues on through the recording, on grafting, tent, and finally when bags are lined. Okay, after grafting. So it is good. It's a good practice to mark different colored paints on each plant stem prior to plant distribution. So one clone is marked the same color, different from the others. Okay, like you can see in this photo, the clones have different colors, meaning that they are from different origin, okay? And that the origin has been written with the corresponding color. So when you plant them in the field, you know exactly where you got this particular plant from. So if there's any means to make correction or amendment or to get more clones from that particular farm, it's easy to do. So you know which clones are doing well and which ones are not doing well. Okay, clone mark on stem and nursery supplier mark on the back. Okay, so it looks like this. Now, hardening off refers to the process gradually exposing the plant to more and more sun over a period of 2 weeks, okay, to harden leaves and to minimize post-planting shock and plant loss. So this is best done by rolling back the shade, okay, so you remove the shade. Initially, you are providing 70% shade. So you are going to reduce it to 50% shading, okay, to make them stronger, okay. So do this by checking everyday plants that have hard green leaves, okay, and remove the full sun area, leaving plants with soft leaves shaded. Okay, so the goal of the hardening off is to make sure that the soft leaves become hard enough before they are transplanted to the field. It is important also not to apply nutrient less than 3 weeks. I mentioned this before. Okay, so this is how hardening off looks like. So these seedlings are ready to be transported. You see that the operator has removed the shading, okay, or has reduced the shading so that the seedling will be exposed before they are taken to the actual planting field. Okay, so transport of plants. For small consignment and for small nurseries, we can use motorbikes and tricycles, okay, with trailers. Okay, for larger consignment, we use trucks. Okay, boats may also be used in case it's needed. Okay, so the important point about transport of seedling is a method of loading. Multiple layered stocking uses plants, causes plants to become damaged, okay, and root system to become injured. Okay, so this reduces the post-planting success rate and growth the farmer obtains. So it is best to have single layer of plants with wooden steel partitioning, okay, between layers to carry layer on top of the first layer. So the seedling must be protected from rain, sun, exposure during transport, and canvas covers and so on. So it can look like this. This is a small truck. Okay? So you have one layer down, okay, and then one layer up. They are not stacked together. Okay, so if it is a short distance, it's okay. But for a long distance, the one up need to be covered as well from the sun. Okay, they need to be covered. If you are transporting this over a very long distance, okay, it should look like this. Okay, there should be some covering on top. Okay, or like this. Okay, like this. That is how it should look. Okay, and over here you can see weekly nursery weekly production form. Okay, so you can use this to keep records on your farm to make sure that consistently everything is okay. All right, so this brings us to the end of the last presentation. Now, before I conclude, I want to tell you how you can market your cacao seedlings, okay? Because of the internet, every business is possible nowadays. Every business is possible nowadays, okay? Now what you have to do, okay, if your goal is to join, is to establish a nursery business, okay, the first thing I'll ask you to do, okay, is to join farmers groups on Facebook. Join all kinds of farmers groups on Facebook, because those platforms are going to be one of the platforms that you are going to use, okay, to promote your business, okay, and then to also market uh, your your seedlings, okay. I will also encourage you to take this thing as a business. Okay? Take it as a business. Now I'm going to take you to my Facebook page, and I'm going to show you something that we are doing. Okay, something we are doing, which you can do. Okay, this is going to be awesome. Okay, we have a palm nursery. Presently, we have around 5,000 plus palm seedlings. Okay, so we have created this Facebook page. Okay, this is our own business page for the palm business. Okay, so I'm going to take you here. Okay, I want to show you something here. Okay. Okay, so if you check here, this is our Royal Palm Facebook, a business page, not Facebook page. It's our business page. Okay, and over here, you can see what is in there. So everything about the business is posted here. Okay, and then we have a series of posts here. Some of our seedlings, you can find them here. And then what we do, everything is here. Okay, so what we do is we promote the seedlings, we promote. Okay, so usually I ran Facebook ad for the seedlings. I ran Facebook ad, and then I spent like 1,000 pesos for 20 days promotion. Okay, 1,000 pesos for 20 days promotion. And when I use 1,000 to promote the seedlings, I sell around 8,000 pesos worth of seedling. Okay, I sell around 8,000 pesos worth of seedlings. If I put in 1,000 to promote the seedlings, for example, like this one here. Let me show you this. Okay, this is one of the promo that is currently running. Okay, so if you look down here, you will see finishes in 10 days. Okay, which means we have been running this ad for some time now. So if I click here, it's going to bring me here. Okay, so you see this here, number of messages, 57 messages, and then cost per click, per messaging is 8 pesos. Number of reach is 7,000 something people. Okay, and duration of the ad is 20 days. And then I'm spending 1,000 pesos here, okay, to promote this ad. Okay, so if I spend 1,000, I make around 8,000. So it's like making around 7,000 plus. Okay, making 7,000 plus. And then actually this is the least that we get because this month, maybe today or tomorrow, we are supplying around 100 seeds. Okay, and this is possible because of these ads that we are running for the Facebook page. Okay, we are in Davao, but we are supplying seedlings in Cebu, in Bulacan, in Samal, in North Cotabato, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you need to run your business, your nursery as a business. Okay, so number one, join different Facebook groups. That is about farming, agriculture, about trees, and so on and so forth. Join different groups. And then aside from that, create a Facebook business page. Okay, that is from where you are going to. You are going to promote the business. So if I click on my messenger here, you are going to see this one here. Let me show you this. Okay, just a moment, it's loading. Okay, so over here you will see all kind of people who are inquiring. Okay, so presently, if you can see this here, okay, we have somebody who ordered 10 seedlings, okay, in Bohangin. You can see over here. So this will be delivered very soon. Okay, this will be delivered very soon. Okay, so usually every day we sell around 10 seedling plus. There are times we sell 12. There have been times even per day we sell around 40 seedlings. Okay, so this is how we run and market the seedlings. Okay, through Facebook groups and then through the Facebook page. And then finally, I will also encourage you that you join the farmers association or organization in your area. Okay, let them get to know you. Okay, if they know you, if they need seedlings, they are going to contact you. Okay, and then prepare business cards. Okay, make a small business card, which indicate on the business card that you are a supplier of cacao seedlings. Okay, so everywhere you go, okay, you can give it out to people. You can give it out to people. And then when they are in need, they are going to call you. Okay. Sometime at the moment when at the moment when you give the seedling to your business card to them, they might not need the seedling at that particular moment. Now, but later on, they are going to need. And then when they need, they are going to get in touch with you. All right, so you can do that. I mean, you can do that. We started this particular nursery farm business uh, simply because over here in our house we have palms growing here, and their seeds have been falling down a lot and germinating. And then we thought maybe we can make money out of this. Okay, so we ended up uh, preparing the nursery. Okay, and then if we are going to sell all the seedlings we have here, it's worth more than 500 pesos. All right, so you get me clearly that this is what you can do, okay, to market the nursery seedlings, because presently people are really in need. Okay, and then our organization does not presently market cacao seedlings. Okay, so we can form partnership with you as well. Okay, so that after every training, if people need seedlings, we will just recommend you. Okay, so that you will be their supplier. We can just give you that privilege and that opportunity as well. Okay, if you are going to set up your nursery, just let us know. Because every now and then people are asking, do you have seedlings? But no, we don't have seedling for sale. The seedling we have here, we use it only for demonstration purposes. Okay, so we don't sell a lot of seedlings. Okay, so we can just partner with you, and then uh, we will we will recommend your nursery to as many who ask for seedlings. Okay, on this note, let's take the questions. Okay, let's take the Q&A, and then we will end for today. Okay, let's see the questions here. Questions available. Okay. Somebody, Lolita said, it is caused by green caterpillar, sir. What should I do, or application must apply? Okay, I would advise that first you just inspect, okay? Because the problem with controlling caterpillars is that usually they don't settle on the leaf. They are at the back, okay? So when you are spraying, the tendency of getting the caterpillar is going to be low, unless that later they are going to feed on the leaf, and then they will ingest the poison and die. Okay, so just inspect the areas which have been consumed and then physically pick them up. Okay, if the situation on the farm, the caterpillar situation is going to be serious, then you can apply a recommended insecticide. Okay, let me see the next question here. Okay. Okay, the next question is, we just buy seedlings now for our cacao farm. Do you recommend setting up our own cacao nursery? Yeah, I would strongly recommend, if you have time, okay, If you have time, set up your own cacao nursery. But if you don't have time to do all those things, then it's okay. It's okay to buy the seedlings. Okay, if you don't have time, okay, to do all those things, you can buy the seedlings. Okay, the next question here, let me see. Uh, okay, so using this vinegar and baking soda for soil testing, what can we use? What can we use? Air dried soil or fresh soil? You use fresh soil. Okay, you use fresh soil. Okay, and then what's the importance of planting different plants in an area? Is there some standard? Is there some standard layout on these clones? Honestly speaking, it is not advisable to plant different kind of clones together because of the problem of incompatibility. Okay, so you need to use one clone. Okay, you need to use one clone most of the time. Okay, if you have too many clones going on the problem, going on the farm, you are going to have problem with fertilization or pollination is going to be a problem. Okay, and then you are going to have problem with compatibility. So you need to stick to one or two clones only on a farm. Okay, that is the most advisable if you want to get very high yield. Okay, don't mix different clones together on the same field, on the same land. It's going to be a problem. Okay, with compatibility and yield is going to be an issue for you. Okay, let me see if there's any other question here. Okay, any other question? If I did not answer your question, let me know. Any other question so that we will finish up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You know, cacao seeds are used for making chocolates.
Yes.
Are there companies buying cacao seeds for chocolate production?
Come again.
Are there companies, foreign or local, buying
Uh-huh.
cacao seeds for chocolate production?
You mean buying cacao beans?
Yes?
Okay, okay. Yeah. The Philippines, unlike in other countries, for example, in my country, the government controls all cacao purchase. And before somebody can buy cacao, he needs a license. Okay, but here it's a free market. Anyone can buy cacao beans. I mean, the dried or even wet beans. And then here in the Philippines, there are so many cacao buying. I mean, companies that use the beans either for chocolate or for soap or any other thing, for drinks and so on and so forth. So you can sell your beans directly to the chocolate makers or to the cacao factories. Okay, so I can send you a list of some of the cacao buying companies. I have a list of that. I can send you a list so that you can contact them in case you want to sell your cacao. Okay. However, those of you who are already into the business, I will strongly encourage you to begin with processing. Okay, to begin with processing.
That's good.
Yes, the easiest way you can do is like this. I know that when you are beginning, you don't have all the money to buy the equipment and things. Okay? but there are already some factories that have those equipment, okay? And then with just a small amount you pay them, they can process your beans for you, either into tablea, into chocolate, or into anything that you want to do. So you just begin in that way. And then after 1-2 years, when you are making some profit, okay, you can buy your own machines. Because the truth is like that. It's like this. If you sell your beans, okay, you are making less than 30% of the money that your cacao can give you. Okay. So selling the dry beans means that you are losing 70% of your profit. That is what it means. And then if you process, it means that all those profits are going to be yours. Okay, so think big time and think long term. Okay, so instead of just selling the beans, you can begin that way. You can begin in your province, sort of any cacao processing group in the province. Okay, and then sometimes there are cooperatives that have got the processing machines already. Okay, so that's just a negotiation. They can help you with that. And again, you can also attend some trainings how to process cacao. And then later on, you become an actual entrepreneur. Okay, and that is how you really make profit. But if you are selling your beans, then you will not make any good profit so far as uh, the the industry is concerned. Okay, however, if you still want to sell the beans, I can send you a list of some buyers, okay, some cacao buyers, and then you can contact them, and then they will, they could buy your beans, okay? However, my advice is that in the long term, think about processing the beans yourself, okay? And you can really, really make good money.
That's great, sir. That's great advice. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I will send the list, okay, to your email in case you still want to know where you can send your beans. Okay, list of cacao buyers. Okay, okay. Any more question before we conclude? Okay, somebody's asking, we just buy seedlings. Okay, another one. When is your next cacao business marketing? Okay, next month we are going to work. Our next training will be on cacao business models and marketing. That'll be next month. So if you want to join, you will learn more about how you can market your cacao, either the raw beans or processed bean. And then in the training, you will also learn about how to make a business plan, okay, for your cacao enterprise. Okay, if you want to go to into cacao, uh, call it cacao processing, you are also going to need a business plan. And actually, with a business plan, it is easy to get a loan to expand your enterprise if you want to. Okay, so you can join the training next month to learn more about the cacao business models and marketing. Okay, I guess that will be a big help to you as well. Okay, so if you don't have any more questions, I would like to say thank you so much for joining the training for this month. Because you joined the training, we are partners already. So in the process of building your nursery, if you have any problem or any question, you can ask for free. Okay, even if you want us to visit your place and give you some personal advice, we can visit your place as well. All right, so we are your partner in the cacao production journey. And then we are committed to guide you and help you, until you become very successful in this thing. All right, so God bless you so much, and then see you in the near future. Okay, God bless you so much. God bless you. Okay, bye-bye to everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye, sir. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, God bless. God bless.
Thank you, classmates.
Okay. Oh, can we take photo before we end? Maybe you
Sure,
switch on
sure.
your video. Switch on your video. Let's
Video on.
let's take a video. Switch on your video, everybody,
Oy.
please, and then stay by your camera.
My net is not
Okay.
good.
Okay, switch on your video. I think about 7 people have left already. Okay, Mom Ophelia, Mom Lars, and then Adrian, switch on your camera, please. Okay.
Sir, it says here that you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay.
Have to give us permission.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay. Right. So I'm capturing. Okay.
Wait. Just
Alright.
like I cannot start the video also
Oh.
because the host also stopped me from.
Oh. Okay. So the problem is from my side.
The host needs to turn on the video, our video.
I know. So how can I do that? Let me see. Okay, I have done one. Okay, another one done. Okay, check now if your video will show. I'm giving the permission now. Okay.
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 Not
All right,
me.
next one.
Hello, classmates.
Hi,
Yes, sir.
Nice to see you.
I think Adrian is gone already. Is Adrian around? Okay, so I'm capturing again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Okay, done. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
See you. See you.
Bye.
See you next time. Bye, sir.
Sir,
Bye.
we will avail
Bye.
discounts on the next training.
Yeah, next training will give you a discount if you will join.
Yes, sir. Just
We
send
are,
us
I
in
am also
the email and
interested.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
All right, thank you so much. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
God bless.